So why am I not showing up here? There we are. Hey, we got people in here looking. Uh, yeah, pop in the chat and say, hey, man, let's see who's here. But if you're just watching, we got 4 knives right here. The die is going to pick them at 5 o'clock, and we'll get started on some Cardboard Slayer. I threw this one in right here as the knife I don't want to run because I'm pretty sure this is going to start hurting. But it's up to chance. So yeah, we got about 7 minutes before we kick this thing into gear. Everybody, let me know what you're doing today, besides watching this. We're gonna watch chat. We're gonna watch the views go down to like 1 in about a minute and a half to 2 minutes, I'd guess. But if you're wondering, we got 8CR on the liner lock Duratech right here. I believe this is a 440C. Yes, 440C. It's been in the running for the past 2 weeks now. Regular 440. There's no C or A on this. This Tac Force, which is also some gas station goodness. And then the Gerber Paraframe, and this is Mystery Steel. You can't find out what the steel actually is online. And just to be safe, I stropped the hell out of this earlier today, just so we can start with a nice clean edge. And our hopes collectively are the 440C or the 440. Yeah, no, that crossbar is fantastic. How's it going, Kona Wright? Yeah, the crossbar is fantastic. That thing, you can do a centrifugal flick on it. Like, I cannot tell you how much I like that. I grabbed the liner lock to compare it because it was $8. Fook, what's up? Yeah, I know, right? Let me think I'm alone and sitting here waiting for the view count to drop to like 1. Oh, what you guys been up to today, man? I've been trying to sleep. The last week at work's been brutal, and I'm pretty sure I'm getting the business whenever I go back in. Damn it, Conal, you're tearing this family apart. It's your fault me and Punisher got divorced. Yeah, but this last week at work, like I came off of taking a short break and I went in and closed, and it was a Monday night, so we had to like do the entire truck, and we were short people really badly. Like we had me and two guys with some experience, and then we had two minors, one of which had never worked in my department before, and the other one was sort of experienced, but those guys were there for 4 and 5 hours, and we got out of there at 1:30 in the morning instead of midnight, and I caught some shit for that. And then I came back and did an overnight, and that was like 7 a.m. to 6 or 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then I got up and went back in at 3 p.m. that same day, and very short staffed. We were supposed to just be getting the store cleaned up and presentable before they started stripping and waxing the floors, and nowhere near enough people to pull that off. So like, and we had to be out at 10 p.m. instead of having till 11:30 midnight to get everything done. So I'm sure the store didn't look that good. I'm sure I'm getting the business for that when I go back in, because well, you can't use that as an excuse. Yeah, you made this sandwich, my brother unto Jesus. But let's start guessing. Which knife do you think we're gonna have picked out for us? So we got the Duratec, this Ganzo, this Tac Force. Is it? Yeah, this Tac Force, and then the Gerber Paraframe. Which one do we think we're gonna get? I said I've got a feeling, and I've had the feeling every week now. I'm gonna roll like a 17 or something like that. That is my like 16 to 20 is now my cursed number. All right, so we're going with the Ganzo for the first guess. Conal, which one do you think we're getting? Jimmy, Maxilla, what's up, guys? All right, so these guys are going for the Tac Force. All right, so we got a vote for Ganzo and a vote for Tac Force. And we got 3 minutes before we roll. We blaze for real 420. No, we blaze for real 24/7. No joke, man. I automatically went with 420 for that. Yeah. All right, so we got a couple of votes for the Duratec. The thing is, I don't like Ganzo because I can't buy one and be confident I'm not getting a clone. I've got four Ganzos, I believe. One of them I know is absolutely a clone of a bird, and then the other three I'm kind of sure aren't clones, but I just don't have the confidence there. Hey, look, when I'm playing D&D, my cursed number is 2. Like 70% of the time, I get a 2 on my damn rolls. The guys that I was playing with, they saw me throw dice across the room as hard as I could, and I was so not proud of that that I had to force myself to stop. But yeah, like that's where I've been with this. So when I'm playing D&D, my curse number is 2, and like my curse number on this is usually like I think I've rolled a 17, an 18, and a 20. And the first one I did was a 20, like the first time we did this. Oh yeah, the like button would be awesome. Thanks so much, man. Thank you for pointing that out. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute. Yeah, I'm hoping for the Ganzo or the Tac Force just to do the comparison between the 440s and that 1980 Buck 110, just to see the difference between the heat treatments on the steels. And I would say I'd love to see the rainbow coating rub off on this, but we've done the testing on it, and that stuff will not rub off unless you hit like a really abrasive material, like not cardboard. Yeah, I'm not big on clones, and part of that is like doing this channel. Like some people don't care about clones, but I like to maintain some integrity here. And like I can't like I can't get comfortable with like putting a good spotlight on clones and making them look good. And I don't want to go in here just bashing knives. This is shit because it's a clone. It can perform very well, but clone, you know. So I'm kind of like I just don't like getting into that mess to begin with. But time to roll. Thanks, Conal. Let's roll Please, not a 16 through 20. 10. We got the Ganzo, so we got the 440C. This is the one the guys have been asking for on a regular basis, and we finally got it. And I scored a sweet piece of a sweet little piece of shelving from one of the displays. It's like a nice steel rack, so I can actually organize the stuff that I'm using for this. And let's take a look at our edge. And if somebody wants to pick a fart bot, like I know some guys do like that, and I tried doing that for a little bit, and then I didn't like it. All right. So we've got a fantastic edge on this. Grim Ripper. All right, so we're gonna crack this open with the Grim Ripper. Yeah, the factory edge on this is fantastic. So, Fook Doozy picked the Grim Ripper. Let's see if we can get the song out of him real quick. No song. No song yet. There we are. All right, let's break out our first chunk of cardboard. And I think this is the first time I've actually cut anything with this. I'll be honest. Fook Doozle? Okay. Sorry, like that L looks like a lowercase I. So Fook Doozle. Now I know. But I don't think I've ever cut anything with this. I bought it, and then I wound up using that bird clone, and then just kind of trailed off to other stuff. So this has never been used. Why didn't you correct me on that earlier, man? It's been how many live streams and how many fucking mentions? You could have done that at any time. Like, poor Kay. I need to quit yelling before I wake the wife up. Okay, so the cuts are pretty nice. Okay, he's giving it the French pronunciation, Doozle, making it classier. Okay, the cuts are good, but they are a little bit pushing pretty hard. That's a fair point. Actually, I believe that's been the case almost every time now that you mention it. So we're just going to stick with Fook. Josh, what's up, man? So I did take the my old strop, the one that had the Harbor Freight buffing compound on it, and I scraped off what I could from that, and then I loaded that up with a 20 grit diamond paste and 14 grit diamond paste respectively, so I can get a much more thorough grit progression on that. And holy Jesus, did it make stuff sharp. So yeah, the more I'm doing this, the more in love I fall with both the diamond paste and the strops. Like, Jesus, it can extend the amount of time you need between sharpenings. And like, that was with the diamond paste still fresh and the oil hadn't dried up yet. I think it's been 2 or 3 hours now, so the paste should be dried out enough to really do its job. So we're gonna see what that does to this thing, if it does wear out the way it's supposed to. And the ergos on this aren't too terrible, but I'm waiting to see if I get the, like, every time I do this, one of my fingers has a numb spot for days afterwards, and off of the last live stream, it was this right here, just numb. So I'm thinking it might be this off of this part right here, or my thumb will get it. So we'll see which one we get. And I think this might be the first live stream we've had with a knife that never cut anything. Yeah, thanks, Conal. I mean, that's kind of the fun here is, you know, I'm discovering this stuff kind of on my own. You know, and part of that too is like you can rely on, or, you know, you can count on everything everybody else says, but you can't really count on it until you experience it yourself. You know, it's like having someone describe a car crash to you and then living through one. You know, it's a whole universe of difference. You know, and when you're learning stuff on your own, you do tend to stumble across things that other people don't notice or haven't picked up on yet. Which, that's the part I like the most, is when I find something that, you know, everybody else isn't doing, and holy crap, that's a lot of pressure on that cut. Jesus. But yeah, you find something that hasn't really hit everybody else just yet. That got dark real quick. I mean, I'm not sure what part of that went dark. But, oh, you're talking about the car crash thing. Yeah, it's just the best analogy I can think of for something like that. You know, it's a totally different beast when you experience it yourself. Yeah, eBay's got clones of everything, dog. Yeah, and you'll have to forgive me. There's like a 30-40 second delay between when I say something and when you see it and respond before I see it. Like, everything's on a significant delay, so. But yeah, eBay's got clones of everything, dude. Like, that's just a given. You know, like the only advice I can offer for avoiding buying clones is, like, make sure the price isn't too good to be true. I don't know if you guys saw the community post, but the $6 Cold Steel Chaos or Cold Steel Mayhem didn't happen. Those guys canceled those orders, and I don't even know if they have a storefront up anymore. Like, I went to look up the Mayhem again to see what the price is currently, and like the guy selling it is not the same shop that had the pricing glitch. Yeah, like, I'm not surprised it was canceled, but I am a little disappointed. Like, I'll be honest, it's a little bit dirty of me, but I was hoping they had to honor it since they had all the orders. You know, like, since we got the order confirmation, they had to honor them or something like that. Just so that I could actually get... Just so I could actually get a Mayhem and be able to afford it. But that did not happen. E-cups, yeah, I mean, they might have gotten hacked. That is realistic. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I haven't heard of Amazon shops getting hacked before, so this would be a new one to me. That was close, but yeah, like, not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying I haven't heard of an Amazon shop getting hacked before. Nah, we're never really going to know what happened unless maybe you do a Google search on it in a little while here and see if there's like something written down somewhere like on Reddit or something like that, because I'm pretty sure the info on those prices got out pretty fast, and there's probably a Reddit for that. If I had to guess. Like, I don't use Reddit. I just never got into it. If I'd have caught it when it was new, I'd probably be really into it now, but I never got into it. And of course, I can't like sit there reading stuff on that all night. Like I already scrolled through Facebook and YouTube. And you know, that's about all the time and energy I have for social media. Which, I mean, if the channel grows enough for me to feel like it's worth the effort, I'll probably go in and set up an Instagram and try to figure out how to keep that active too. Because it's also, if I don't have, you know, brand new knives coming in constantly, like I can't justify, you know, trying to recycle whatever content I have here onto another platform just for the sake of having another platform, although it may come down to that. But we had a bit of a philosophical debate at work a couple nights ago. And so, talking to one of the guys, if you were able to split in two separate people into like two separate yous, and you gave the other you a hand job, would that be weird? Would that just count as masturbation? Like I think it would be a little weird, but you could also justify it to yourself. Oh, dude, there's no way I could watch a Discord server and Pokesly, what's up? There's no way I could try to monitor and stay on top of a Discord server. You know, that's for when you've got like a team behind you. It's either that or you leave the Discord pretty much totally unsupervised until you want to ask it a question or something like that. Hey, beautiful. I mean, you could join the debate if you wanted to, but I don't think that's your style. I'm not a mature man. The Ganzo is G745. And this is a 440C, which one of the guys told me I needed to try, so that's why it's in the mix. And we're going to see, like, this is the comparison to the 440 from the 1980s. Actually from 1980, so it's probably more like late 70s. Oh, Josh is getting... He's getting adventurous there. Fook, that's a fair point. I think most of us appreciate healthy memories. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'd land on that, but the back of my head says once you committed and just went for it, at some point you just find a way to justify it. And then if you can find a good way to justify it, you're just like, whatever. And like the older you get, the more you just don't care so much. Yeah, I'll try it, whatever. Well, we're cutting pretty good so far as long as I keep my angle right, but if I try to just go straight in like that, it takes an ungodly amount of pressure. So we're going to stick with the thing that makes all these things easier. I hate it when it folds over like that, guys. Like, once it does that number right there, pretty much game over. However, I am trying to get as much mileage out of this cardboard as I possibly can. All right, let's try the 2 layers right here. What is the other you wearing? If you were going to split into 2 people like that all of a sudden, probably the same thing you're wearing. If we're going by like basically comic book / cartoon / movie rules. But, I mean, if you want to go by slightly more realistic rules, or at least what we think might be realistic, then it would be your clothes aren't going to duplicate. It's just you, so probably wind up just butt-ass naked. So you will... Bro, I cannot tell you how much I love Red Dwarf, and I cannot tell you how much time I have spent trying to find a hat like Lister's online, especially the later seasons where it got like really oversized. Like, I can't find one that matches that closely enough to make me happy. I am so annoyed. Oh, son of a dick. But yeah, like, you'll have the awkward experience of seeing what you look like naked to everyone else. It has been so many years since I've been able to sit down and watch that I have completely forgotten most of the major plot points. God, that was such a good show. I think at one point, like, during other live streams, my brain, like, just kind of mention Red Dwarf at some point away, and then I never actually remembered to do that later on. Oh yeah, like, I sat the wife down and we watched all that together while it was still on Netflix. Like, that was one I used to like doing marathons on, because, like, I'd marathon Futurama, Star Trek The Next Generation about once a year. Haven't been able to do that in forever, since everybody's like, we need our own streaming service. Like, sir, you have just made it so I want less streaming services now. And I'm waiting for some service to come up that just combines all the major streaming services in one for like $70 a month. So we're basically right back to paying for cable or satellite again. Yeah. There is a channel on YouTube that streams MST3K. It says it's like a 24/7 stream, but the last couple times, like, it'll pop up once in a while on top of my subscriptions where they're running a live, and you know, I haven't really had the time to sit down and really watch it, but I'll just, like, check it out for a few minutes. Yeah, like, and that's the thing, we went with, like, what was it, Netflix and Hulu to replace our cable that we were watching, partly because, you know, we barely used it after a while. Like, we barely used the cable, and like, it's just we had to start cutting costs at one point, so we got rid of the satellite and went with the streaming. And yeah, it was great for a while. Back when I lived out in the sticks, we couldn't afford to pay for satellite or cable or anything, so we had just the channels that were on broadcast television and Netflix, and that was it. And that was certainly good enough. And I also had a crap ton of DVDs to go through. So I watched a lot of movies. Oh no, we're never moved totally past anything, but you know, you're right, that would be an interesting experience. And I think good, bad, or indifferent, like you're just, the only thing you can say is, oh, now I get it. And this first chunk is nothing but cereal boxes, so it's all going to be fairly tough cardboard. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, you know what you did. Oh, you see yourself naked, you're like, what's your name? Yeah. Like, this is far from the toughest cardboard that we've cut, but it's still fairly tough cardboard. Like, I think if we're going to put significant edge wear on something quickly, it's probably going to be tonight, but that 440C, I've been told, is really, really good. Jesus. Oh, son of a fucking bitch. I got a feeling that's going to be the whole night, too. Well, it's from a bad neighborhood because General Mills never got promoted to Admiral. So they've just been kind of languishing. And the frustration from General Mills for not getting that promotion is also being taken out on his family. Okay, that box is dead. Jesus. I hate it when the cardboard folds up like that. Like, it's just, oh, it makes it so hard. Go Fight Club on it. You fucked my life up. We are not counting the cuts. We are just counting how long. So after an hour, we'll check the edge retention. And then another hour, we check the edge retention and so forth. I cannot count the number of cuts. My daily knife carry rotates week to week right now for review. This week is the Artisan Cutlery Proponent, which I have been edging on that for weeks. So I'm finally carrying that because, like, if you're going to keep doing reviews and keep making content, you have to rotate what you're carrying pretty regularly so that you can give it carry time for review. I'm not familiar with the TAC XR, but that's not saying much because I ain't familiar with most things. Unless I own it myself or it's been showing up in every Facebook group that I'm on. However, I've got 2 SOGs and it's been 50-50 on whether or not they're good. I am still so damn angry at the Terminus XR. Yeah, I've got the SOG Terminus XR and the Flash AT, and I like the Flash AT outside of an Axis lock doesn't need assisted opening. That makes it a pain in the ass to close. Or at least to close one-handed. And it's like, if you have an Axis lock, the whole point is to open and close one-handed easily and comfortably and have fun doing it. You know, if you're going to make an Axis lock, don't make it a headache to close one-handed. I've seen, like, especially through, like, Tim's School of Fish, a lot of Rough Rider knives. The only thing that gets me with that, and I've said it many times now, I don't carry traditionals. And that's just, one, they never have pocket clips, and two, like, I don't want them, like, if I got to do a piercing cut or something like that, I do not want that closing up on my hand. At some point, I'm going to get my hands on a Vosteed to check out. Oh, and what really bummed me out today, I went on Amazon just kind of scrolling through the wish list to window shop, and O-Knife was running a buy one, get one free sale, and I couldn't do anything about it. Because there was, like, I think I got the Heron and the Century kind of waiting until I can get them. And yeah, I couldn't do it. So, I mean, a lot of guys that like traditionals just like the walk and talk and the snap and the fidget factor there. And there are places even in America where you can't have a knife that locks or opens one-handed. I don't know exactly which states. If Punisher was here, he'd Google it and look it up for us. He is our most esteemed trivia golem, which I'm sure he'll be here eventually. It would have been funny if he popped in right that second. And of course, internationally, you have countries where it cannot lock and it cannot be open one-handed. Oh, I like the minimalist cleaver. I've got it, but like I've mentioned it before. Blah 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 blah. Like I can't have stuff hanging. Like I can't have a knife hanging on the outside of my belt. Not for my dress code stuff at work, and I just carrying it on my neck unless I have a good reason to ain't gonna work either. Like if I'm outdoors or something like that, son of a fucking bitch, fuck you, you fucking fucked up motherfucker. You know, if I'm somewhere where I got an excuse to carry it or play with it, sure. But like just my name tag hitting my chest drives me up the damn wall. Why? Why? Jesus! What the hell was that? Yeah, I've got the minimalist Bowie, I've got the minimalist cleaver, and I think I have one more that I cannot remember the name of to save my damn life. And of course, we got the tribute to the minimalist that I made laying around here somewhere. It's not there. Oh, yeah. And then, of course, I got the Damascus tribute to the minimalist that I made ages ago. And, of course, this is the failed Damascus with the giant delamination in the worst possible spot. Oh, I'm so mad about that. I wonder how well this would strop up. Like, I didn't finish it. I think I did do the heat treatment, but I didn't actually finish this thing out. But, oh man, that would have been great. Let's see, we go into Kellogg's boxes, Post boxes. Okay, so maybe this is the last of the boxes that folds in half every single time we get to the last couple of cuts. Stop doing that, cardboard. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff I've been eyeing, but I think there's still another 5 blades sitting and waiting to be carried for review. Like the Gerber Quadrant, I almost don't want to carry for review. However, I'm curious to see how it does as an EDC now that I've fixed it. God almighty, that thing was garbage out of the box, man. Like, I don't know how they got out of the factory the way they were. Like, have you ever had a pivot so tight out of the box that you could hear it squeaking when you opened it and closed it? Oh, I'm always going to window shop. Stuff, stuff that either comes out or hasn't been shown to me yet will pop up on my search results that interest me, and I can add it to the wish list. And then when I do have time, the spare cash to buy something, then I can kind of hang out and wait. And the only problem is indecisiveness, because there are too many options by the time I get there. Again, Conal, we're not counting the cuts. There's no way in hell I could keep track of the number of cuts we're taking. Like, we're gonna check in 30 minutes here to see how the edge is holding up, but we don't count the number of cuts. We can't. Like, unless you want me sitting here silently and not talking to you guys while I'm doing this, no. And even then, I won't remember the number of cuts. I will lose track of them. You know, our metric is the number of hours it can take doing this before the edge wears out. We average 4 hours a stream. And so, like, we know what other steels can take at the 4-hour mark. And that's kind of the metric we compare them to. Oh, no, you're good, Conal. Just trying to make sure that, you understand what's happening here. You're not the first person to ask about a cut count. But like I guarantee you, almost nobody could keep track of the number of cuts we're making while talking and reading the chat and everything else. Because like, I've got the phone I'm filming on right here, and then I've got my old phone to my right that's open on my alt account so that I can watch the comments there. Bro, 116 days? Fuck, that is awesome, man. Like, you know how few people get to 90 days? Like, I can't speak from right. If you want to count each cut individually, let me know. You can be a moderator if you can get it right. But yeah, like it is so hard. Like, the first 30 days is tough, but hitting that 90-day mark starts getting really damn tough. And I can't speak for people outside of my own little circle, but that 9-month mark is like the hardest one to hit. most people drop and don't make it 9 months. You know, when I got clean, a large part of the reason I made it through year 1 and 2 were just purely fucking spite. No, well, like, not too long after I got clean, my ex-wife, she was starting fucking fights because I got clean. After begging me to get clean for a long time. So I finally get clean. And she starts picking fights over me being clean. And then she's like, you're gonna relapse and it's already ruining my life. I was like, there's the fucking door. I will help you pack. Grab some boxes. I will help you get out that door. It's right there. And she wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. So I was like, you know what? I'll show you. So, I mean, that's a large part of what kept me going right there. Yeah, dude, I mean, 116 days is a lot. Like, when you first get started, like, 116 days is a lot. Like, I hope you've got some kind of program. It doesn't matter what, but a program and some support around you. If you're going it alone, there's like a 1% chance you're going to make it. Like, you need other people that are, I'm assuming in your case, sober, but you know, you need other people that are sober around you. You need people you can call that understand what you're going through. You know, you need that support, and you need a program because, like, you know, if, like, I was gonna say, you know, if you're a drunk and an asshole, you take away the alcohol, you're an asshole. Like, you got to fix that. And you need people that know how to do that around you to show you how to do that. You know, and a lot of people see a ton of shame in going into some kind of program like AA or NA or, you know, something like that. Like, a lot of people see that as a shameful thing. And it's like, no, the fucking grown-ass man knows when they need to ask for help. Period. End of. And the process of getting better from that, you need help with. No, we're not doing Knives Anonymous because I have no intention of quitting. You know, unless something catastrophic happens, we're going to keep doing this. You know, at some point, I'm going to have to figure out something else to live stream with in case I lose access to free cardboard. But we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. But that being said, also, if you're looking for a program and you haven't settled on anything yet, I would strongly advise avoiding something called Celebrate Recovery. I haven't experienced it myself. Like, I picked my home and stayed like I'm supposed to. But I know a lot of people that tried, and it is a fucking shit show, according to every single person I know that tried to do that instead of doing, you know, the program where they started, just because they caught a personal resentment against some kind of bullshit that a resentment was not required for. It's just like any group of people that gathers for any reason. There's always the drama and people acting like they're still in high school. Which, you know, it's kind of like an online group. When you first start the group and everybody's cool and vibing out, it's great. Once the group hits a certain size where trolls and assholes start showing up, like, either you can choose not to get involved. Yeah, Fook, no worries. Like, you can choose not to get involved and just do your own thing, or you can get involved and get sucked into all that bullshit, and then you don't get to be happy there anymore until you decide to divest from it and go back to doing your own thing. And yeah, that's a bit of a long tangent on recovery, but I promise you, if there are any questions I can answer, I will always answer, and that's something I could go on at length about until everyone's sick of hearing me. God, I hate the last cut on this cardboard so much. It's worse than being the third guy in a Human Centipede. Although I think I might have killed the vibe in chat. Actually, I had one dude that got pissed off at me at a concert. He's like, hey, you want a free beer? I'm like, no, thank you. I don't drink. But it's a free beer. I do not drink. I do not want it. And then he started getting mad that I turned it down. I was like, what the fuck is this? Give me a minute, I'll think of something else to get into. Something a little brighter and happier. Now, something that I was thinking about from an old job, we had a guy named Rex. And the dude was bordering on basically every stereotype you think of with a homeless person. Like, I don't know what the hell the guy's problem was. But he was the guy that emptied the trash cans, the outdoor trash cans around the campus. And instead of just pulling the bags and throwing them in the back of his cart like he was supposed to, like, he'd go in and pull all the trash out by hand, little by little. Or he'd pick the whole can up and dump it, and all the juice would just run all over him, and he'd just be covered in fucking garbage juice for the rest of the day. And more often than not, he didn't shower. He claimed that the water pressure in his trailer was so high that it blew the head of the shower head off of the fitting that it was on. And then he'd say he was collecting rain in a barrel and, you know, couldn't shower out of a barrel. So he reeked to high hell. Like, I've seen him do stuff like pick up a block of cheese that was laying on the ground next to one of the trash compactors and cut the open end of it off and stick it in his pocket. It's like, are you kidding me right now? He did claim to be abducted by aliens. He did claim that he had a brief career as an adult film star named Sexy Rexy. The man was morbidly fascinating. I'm not gonna lie. There was one time I parked next to him and I helped him get a head unit wired into his car, which was interesting. And then there was one point I parked next to him and I looked in the window of his car while I was getting out of mine, and there was rope, there was blankets, and there was like dolls in the back seat. To this day, I don't want the questions I had answered. Son of a dick! Would you quit doing that? This is the last piece of the last General Mills box I have. Like, for the love of shit, quit doing that. Knock off knives. What is up, dude? You know what? Fuck this piece of cardboard. Fuck its grandma. Fuck everything. Oh, this box is going to be way harder to cut. No, that box that I just cut up and the one before it, every time I hit the last cut, it would just kind of fold over in the middle and make it almost impossible to finish the rest of the cuts. And I don't want to waste the cardboard, so I'm trying to get as many cuts out of these as I can without putting my fingies in danger. So, like, when it folds in half like that, it makes it a pain in the ass. But yeah, no. That raised so damn many questions that I just did not want to answer. I've been doing okay, man. The last 3 days at work have been a bit of a nightmare, but I'm all right. Yeah, no, it was the Reese's Puffs box and the fucking Cinnamon Toast Crunch box. And I got a feeling this one might attempt the same thing. This just may be my whole night, which is what I was worried about. All right, Fook. See, now we're fucking up Frosted Flakes. They're gonna pay for their crimes against humanity. But you think you want to roll out here being delicious, motherfucker? Fuck you. Well, that was annoying. Well, Fook knows he's got another 3 hours at least, so we're going to be here for a while. Yeah, they went through last night and the night before stripping and waxing the floors at work, and that made shit exceptionally difficult. But while I had to, one of the offices, we had to let the guy in to strip and wax the floor, and I had to be standing there and watching him the whole time because of which office it was. And I watched this dude fill a grocery bag up full of floor stripper and just walk in there and dump that out on it. It's like, holy shit, that is nuts. Like, I have never once trusted those things to be watertight. I would have been more amazed if it was a reusable bag, but still. The amount of faith that man had in that bag was amazing. Like, I wonder how long he was doing that, you know, stripping and waxing floors in stores before he had that idea. Because I promise you, I would not have thought of that myself. And we're about 10 minutes out from seeing how much of the apex of the edge we've knocked down. Come on, cut, damn you. Oh, fuck you. And I think next up we're doing the Ninja, see if we can get the song out of him. And chat went dead. Oh, we're down to 3. Yeah, which 2 people we got left? Why is the chat dead? Yeah, it's at some point I want to dig up what sharpening hand sharpening stuff I do have, which ain't a hell of a lot. And see what I can do with that. I also have I have the sandpaper I picked up for mirror polishing blades while I was doing the hand sanding on those. And you can also wrap that around like a flat stone. And I've got a couple of sheets of marble tile that are flat as hail that I might be able to make something out of there. Gotcha. Yeah, we were just wondering where you got off to, because we're trying to figure out if the e-cop store on Amazon that was selling the $6 Mayhems and shit like that, whether or not they got hacked. Figured you might know how to figure that one out, either some good Google foo or something like that. It's like I'm almost entirely sure there's a Reddit on there somewhere. Nah, he's going to pick up a truck in what, Virginia? One of the Virginias? Oh god, y'all remember me telling you how much of an asshole I was with Nextels? My buddy Steven, who had the habit of leaving his Nextel sitting out. Same one I got with the fireworks. But I picked up his Nextel at one point, and I picked a random contact at like 3 in the morning, and I chirped him, and I'm like, hey, we're gonna invade Canada. You want to live in North Virginia? This dude comes back, North Virginia's in America, you dumbass. I still laugh at that every so often. Because I think that was like 2007 or something like that. Yeah, Nextels were fun. I'm not going to lie, but they were also fun to terrorize people with. Like, you could really, really mess with people with those things. It's like, they would not work today. They would not. Just the fact that someone can contact you without your consent, you know. And we're at the point now where if the rectangle in my if the rectangle in my pocket makes a single noise, I'm killing everyone in the room. Like that's where we're at with it now. Ugh, what the hell? The rest of those cuts went well enough. I don't know, the way cardboard behaves under slicing is sometimes a mystery. Oh my god. Dude. And the thing is, you get added to a group text on your phone, you can't get out of it. Like, I don't know why they make it so you can't get back out of a group text. Like, Facebook group chats, yeah, those are easy enough to get out of. You know, I'm not that deeply offended by them. I'm not that offended by Facebook groups just because I can get back out of them if I want. But you get added to a group text, and it's like, you can't remove yourself. Why? Like at one point, somebody at least it said New York, a New York number that I don't know who they are. I've never seen the phone number, but they added me at random to a group text with a bunch of other random people. They couldn't figure out why the group text was created. I think it was just all complete strangers. I think it was some kind of scam. And I couldn't get out of the group text, so I had to just block every single number in that group. Some single wall is light work, Brandon, but some of this stuff, it's a lot more difficult to cut than, say, your Amazon boxes and stuff like that. Like, some of this stuff is just hard to cut. I've got single wall here that will tear your hand up, and you will wear your wrist out trying to force it through those cuts. And the stuff they use to, like the stuff these guys use to ship stuff in, I guess it's so it can survive a lot of handling. This stuff is a pain in the ass. Like it's not the worst that I have by quite a bit, but it is difficult. And unfortunately, I'm all out of the Amazon boxes, so it's mostly these tougher boxes. Like this one's going okay. The last two fought me. Cause yeah, like no, the D20 has some mercy. We're going in on this Ganzo with the 440C that you guys have been asking for a while. So now we get to compare this to the old 440 from 1980. But yeah, it's when I was grabbing this stuff from work, I was like, all right, single wall, this will cut pretty smoothly. No, it fights. I said, I know it's because the stuff gets handled so roughly going through various warehouses and shipping and everything. Like you wouldn't believe how badly stacked these things get on the pallets coming from our warehouse. Like the cases with the cereal in them might be under, you know, just a metric ton of water or something like that, which as often as not will crush the box, and then the whole pallet's leaning over, or it falls over in the truck on the way there, on the way to the store, and then we got to restack the pallet in the back of the truck because someone at the warehouse is watching their mom's OnlyFans with the phone in one hand and getting the pallet stacked with the other. God, this was going so good until it folded. Oh. All right, we are at the 1 hour mark. Let's give the ninja some love, guys. Where's the song? Come on. I love that one. There we are. Well, I mean, it's just we're out of the Amazon boxes, so we're into these tougher boxes, and I don't have like easy ones to cut through for a while tonight, at the very least. I think the longest road trip I did was 18 hours each way, and because we didn't have enough money for hotels or anything, there was 3 of us in the cab of a Mazda Ranger with a stick shift, and we were like taking turns driving and trying to sleep, and only 2 of us had a license, so yeah, we were exhausted by the time we got to the thing, and exhausted by the time we got home from the thing, and I thought I'd catch a break. I had somebody else that was driving back to near where I lived. Yeah, I believe you. I haven't actually looked all those up, and I don't have the boxes anymore, so yeah, you know more than I do about that part of it. We didn't actually check the edge retention. Good God. Okay, let's try this again. Yep. It's still a great cut, but the fine part of the apex is knocked down. Like, we've knocked just a little bit of apex off. That is a good result after an hour. I believe the The 440 on that vintage Buck 110 was 2.5 hours before we really needed to stop and sharpen it. I got a feeling this is probably going to go the full 4 hours, and then it's just going to need to be touched up with the strop, and that's just because we want to, not because we have to. But you guys see, this is why the Punisher holds the valued position that will never be taken by somebody else as the trivia golem. This is why we love having him here. Yeah, like I said, this one was 18 hours each way. I cannot tell you how badly that sucked doing that without really stopping. Like, we'd stop for a break at Waffle House for coffee and stuff like that, but we never actually really got off the road. And I will say, that trip was the first time in my life I ever saw a Waffle House where you couldn't smoke inside. I'm still salty about that. Like, still quite salty about it. But what do you do? Yeah, I'm not sure how long it would take to drive border to border on Georgia. Knives Are Life. What's going on? We've got a Ganzo G745 and 440C. So we are definitely, like, one of the things that we were waiting on with this that was being asked for was to compare this to the 440 from my 1980 Buck 110. So that's what we're doing. Like, I get it, you know, buildings had to stop allowing smoking, but like Waffle House was the last bastion. That was supposed to be the thing. And like, I haven't smoked in fucking years. I've gone electronic, but yeah, I'm still kind of pissed off about that. That is right up there with Waffle House discontinuing the bear claws, which that was decades ago. Punisher, do me a favor. See if you can find out when Waffle House discontinued the bear claws. I haven't done Zen. I've tried the old Snus when that came out, and that wasn't satisfying at all. Like, I wound up just chucking it in the freezer for the eventuality of running out of smokes, and then I ran out of smokes and had to wait a couple days to get more. Which, at that point in time, I was like, in no way emotionally equipped to handle waiting out a cold turkey stop on smoking that was not voluntary. Well, we need to start seeing if we got like an edge crush test rating on these boxes. I know some do and some don't, but I'm wondering how high the ECT is on these. And predictably, the channel right here in the back of the blade is already digging into this callus right here. That always happens. The jimping on here might not have been totally necessary. I don't think that's helping my case any. God, that cut sucked. Huh. All right. So, like, I know at one point the information was out there because, like, I looked it up and they stopped selling them because there were issues with mold. And, like, they came in, they were just wrapped up in saran wrap and kept in a glass cake dish with a lid. And those things were magical. Like, you get those thrown on the grill with a little bit of butter and, of course, the grease from everything else that had been cooked. Fucking magical. And they were big as hell, too. But I can't remember where I found that information. I don't know. Let's see if I have any better luck with taking a quick break to do this. No, you are absolutely right. There is fucking nothing. Eater Atlanta. First Waffle House to sell beer has opened in Atlanta. Because that's a good thing. Hang on. April 19th, 2018. So apparently it's been out for a while. But the first Waffle House to sell beer opened at SunTrust Park. Okay. So that's part of why that makes sense. That I guess would be better behaving. But gee, motherfuck, could you imagine like a regular Waffle House in like the low rent part of town selling beer? Holy shit, that would be bad. Jesus. Yeah, like they were around in the 90s. Just at some point they stopped. There was an issue, like I think they started molding too fast, and of course you got something like that that goes moldy and it's sitting there in a glass dish and you order it and they just unwrap it and slap it on the grill as fast as they can. Yeah, they're not going to catch it. Okay, this is going to be some much easier cardboard. I'm calling it now. Yeah, that is so much easier. Oh, we have an Edge Crush test rating. This one, Edge Crush, 32 pounds per inch. Gross weight, 65 pounds. So yeah, we do have an Edge Crush test rating on this box. Yeah, so I'm assuming it was in the early 2000s. It's got to be early 2000s because I hadn't been to a Waffle House for a long time. Again, when I lived out in the sticks and had literally no money to fuck around with, we couldn't afford to go do that. So we just didn't go. And then going to my grandpa's funeral in Texas, we stopped and they didn't have them anymore. But I'd kind of been a regular at Waffle House since like 1985, basically. I'm kind of right there right now. I want to go to Waffle House, but we ain't got the spare scratch for it. And of course, it's nowhere near as cheap as it used to be. even if like you account for the inflation, you know, compared to like what it was. How do I put this? Compared to the amount of money you had in your pocket, it was still cheap by those standards, and now it's not cheap by those standards at all. Oh God, this is a welcome break. Noah, what's up, man? Okay, to answer the incoming question, we're cutting with a Ganzo G745 and 440C. So we're checking out how well the modern 440 holds up. And we got lucky because this could have been a Gerber paraframe. And I can't imagine cutting up those last 3 boxes with a paraframe. Oh my God. And I have ruined the rest of my evening. Now I want Waffle House. Fook, I am not testing a Chris Reeve Sabenza until somebody gives me one for free. Sorry. Which I think if Wilderness Bushcraft hooks me up with the O knife that he's talking about, I am under obligation to do this to it. But I'm almost more curious about the battle box knives and seeing how crap those are. It's like, I can't imagine, unless you're paying like a few $100 a month for a subscription box like that, that you're getting really any kind of good knives. Like if you're paying $45 and there's like 5 knives in there, you know, they had to be spending like $5 a pop on them or something like that to be able to make a profit getting those things out the door. Like they just have to have been. So I'm gonna call it. If he does give me the battle box knives he's talking about, they're all tipped down and they've got, oh, where is it? They've all got the mark of the beast. This tip down pocket clip right here that is so thin you can't get it over the hem of a pocket without it being bent out of shape. These pocket clips are garbage. I hate these things so much. And of course, they're so weak that, you know, you can easily flex them out of shape. So I'm calling it now. Come on. Huh. Now, that being said, jumping to CPM 440 is an interesting choice of all the steels you could do powdered metal with. 440, really? Oh, something that I was thinking about the other day. Think about how crazy these blades are going to start getting when we hit the point where you can 3D print blade steel. All right. See, that's where we start learning stuff. Is like I would assume 440C and like an S series steel like that wouldn't be the same thing. But like, why would they even call that 440V at that point? Like, if they're the same steel, because that 440 is really detracting from, you know, the perception of the steel. Like, you'd have to know that that's the same thing as S60V, unless, or otherwise you're just thinking 440. What the hell? And of course, S60V may be a huge departure from S35VN or S30V. I don't know. Because $50 is a pretty lowball price for something like that if it's up there with S30V. But of course, most of your S30V you're paying the bug out tax for, the Benchmade tax for. Okay, so 1995. So I'm assuming S60V is not part of the same series as like S30V and stuff like that. It's like VG10 sounds like more than it actually is. I don't remember the survival knife ads, but I remember the kitchen knife ads. You can cut through a gutter. You can cut through a bone. You can cut through two human beings. You can cut through a car, and it'll still slice your tomato. Watch as I cut the bucket off this excavator. Well, no, I said $50 on it. But got 3/16 of an inch. That's got to look like an absolute overbuilt monster. Like, that has got to look like an absolute unit. Yeah, watch as I carve a non-Confederate profile into the side of Stone Mountain. And it'll still cut your tomatoes. Watch as I cut this load-bearing wall out of an apartment complex. Now I'm performing open heart surgery with it. It slices, it dices, it'll never buy crack rock. Oh shit, is that the plug? Come on. I should not have cut the bottom off of this. I realize that now. I have regrets. What the fuck? I want to figure out why some of these cuts do this. That cut, just fine. This cut, fighting. What the shit, Fruity Pebbles? Fruity Pebbles box, please quit fueling my silent rage. Yeah, we love Phil Swift, but he's no Billy Mays. Actually, seeing Phil Swift and Lynn Thompson trying to advertise something, that would be fucking amazing. Just let that sink in. We're gonna flex tape this Cold Steel AD10 back together. I can't think of an excuse to yell, wow, that's a lot of damage. So I yelled, wow, that's a lot of damage. Billy Mays died quite a while ago, man. So you saw what was likely a very old commercial. Like, hang on. I'll do the Google. So I forget exactly what it was that happened. Yeah, Billy Mays died in 2009. Heart disease. But he went down in the shower and hit his head on the way down, as far as I know. Billy Mays' death cause. And it says that, no, cocaine contributed to his death, and he died of a heart attack in his sleep. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, you're talking about Colombian booger sugar. You do a line and I'll do a line, honey. You do a line and I'll do a line, babe. You do a line and I'll do a line, and we'll fucking fight till the morning night. You do a line and I'll do a line, babe. Now that was a rare treat. I do not sing often. That depends on whether you use one hand or both hands, sir. Now, you should not yell, wow, that's a lot of damage right after a live childbirth. That won't end well. Doctor pulls the kid out. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's how I got divorced. I made me laugh. You know, I wish I would have thought of that during one of the two childbirths. I'm not sure I would have actually done it, but given the nature of that relationship, I might have. Especially if I was like slam full of painkillers while I was watching. We're we're gonna we're gonna we're gonna flex tape this child's mother back together. uh, uh. She just gave birth, and we're gonna flex seal her right back up. Look at that, good as new. That child had a large head. Look what we can do with flex tape. Oh. Oh, God. This mom just had a C-section. Oh. I can tell the wife's not watching because I would have heard her from upstairs going, oh, like loud as hell. Oh. It's not so much that we're easily entertained, we just have to find exactly the right tangent, and that was exactly the right fucking tangent. Oh my God, that's so good. Oh, God. You know, if we had new viewers dropping in right then, that would have helped me out a whole lot. I pray to God I do not forget this tangent before I go back into work. That's going to be fun. Aww. Yeah, that would be either they tell at least somebody they know what they just saw, or like, yeah, we gotta hang out for a while and see what this is all about. All right, come on, come on. Oh my God. That was amazing. Yeah, that's the only problem is these tangents kind of have to happen organically for them to be like this good, and it is so unpredictable when that's going to happen. can't quite get a good one going right now. You know, I used to have the ability to do that so damn loud that you could hear me like the next street over in my neighborhood. And I taught a few friends to do that, and somehow just one day I stopped being able to do it, and I'm not sure why. And I really, really miss the ability. Oh yeah, no, that was fantastic. There's a guy on YouTube called Mac Glocky, and he does covers in the style of other bands. And he did a cover of Careless Whisper, if CKY did it, and holy shit, he nailed that. That being said, I've listened to a lot of CKY. If you like 96 Quite Bitter Beings, you got to check out stuff like Close Yet, well, like Hellions on Parade. That's kind of one of the more hyperactive ones, but like Familiar Realm, that it's like a slow jam, but it's got the most out of place, amazing guitar solo you've ever heard. Like the song is just kind of slow, and then all of a sudden the guitar is just an absolute fucking shred fest. But yeah, and there's new Born of Osiris out that's fucking amazing. Like, if you appreciate metal, you gotta check it out. Like, it's one of those songs where I have to play it until I fucking hate it. Like, while I was setting this up, I'm like, I can't not listen to that song right now, and had to fire it up again. Like, the drive back and forth from work yesterday was like that shit was on repeat. That is an interesting one. I guess fire me the link, I'll check it out. That is interesting. And yesterday when I went into work, my manager, who can be very difficult all the time, was not there. So I brought in like 6 boxes of shredded cardboard from the last 2 streams. Oh, we're back into the tough cardboard again. Yeah, edge crush test rating 44 pounds per inch. What's going on, man? We are testing the edge retention on this Ganzo in 440C. We're going to compare it to the 440C on the 1980 Buck 110 that I have. We did that one already. That took 2.5 hours of this to go dull. So I'm expecting this to run the full 4 hours and still be in pretty good shape. Oh yeah, no, take your time, Punisher. Definitely not a huge rush. But yeah, we've been going at this for almost 2 hours with this thing, so in a little over 20 minutes, we're going to check and see how the edge is holding up. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, the other half, the reason we're doing this is so I can hang out and shoot the shit with you guys. Knife talk, car talk, movie talk, just whatever comes up. Fook, what's up? You missed the funniest shit in the world, dude. You're gonna have to go back and watch it. Unless you were listening while it happened. In which case, I hope you didn't have it on speaker in front of your family. Yep. Unfortunately, we can't capture that lightning in a bottle again, but Phil Swift at a live childbirth. Just, oh God, it was like 15 minutes or so, something like that. Oh, very cool, man. Yeah, it's like 10 or 15 minutes back if you want to. You can scoot back and watch that and then come back. I'm just praying to God I remember that when I go back into work. My favorite knife of all time is a difficult call to make. Like I have some favorites, but it's really impossible to pick. And it runs a bit of a range. Like we got the Benchmade Bug Out is one of my favorites. The Devo Knives Growler V2 is a favorite. Let's see. The Civivi Bull Mastiff, that's a favorite. I'm trying to think of an all-time favorite if I was forced to. It's like the Bug Out I don't carry often just because I'm scared of like that first chunk of damage on it, and that's one of the more expensive knives I bought for myself. The Cold Steel Frenzy, that's a favorite. Jesus. All-time favorite. That's one of the problems. Yeah, you're right about that. Top 5, that's a little easier. So you got the Benchmade Bug Out. I love how that thing carries. It carries very well. The Devo Knives Growler V2. The Civivi Bull Mastiff. I gotta give it to the Kaiser Sheepdog XL. And one other favorite. Give me a second here. I'm trying to think. Like, options are going through my head, but like one of the first things that pops up, honestly, is the Olatan's T025. And that is a budget banger. That thing is like $27 for a titanium frame and some good budget steel. Yeah, that's the problem is when you cycle through as many knives as I do, trying to do reviews and get content out of them, like it's hard to stick with one for all that long. Like right now, they get carried for a week and go on the pile. Right now, I'm carrying the Artisan Cutlery Proponent, which that review is probably going to be 3 or 4 days out. And like that is becoming one of my favorite knives by a lot too. Like, I love my pocket swords. I love my pocket cleavers. And that thing is a tank. And, you know, for a knife that big and kind of overbuilt, it is a fantastic carry. It is fantastically comfortable. And, like, when I carry stuff, I have to carry it tucked in my waistband instead of my pocket because I have no room in my pockets at work. And I got to be dressed business casual, so no cargo pants, nothing that has the extra space I want in it. But that also gives me a really good indicator of how uncomfortable it may or may not be, because if there's going to be an issue with it being carried that's going to rub or hot spot or anything, I'm going to find out within the first day, probably within the first 2 hours. But speaking of the Olatan's TO25, that is my 1,000 subscriber giveaway knife, and we are getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. I think we're like 55 or 53 subscribers away right now. So when I did the state of the collection, I counted 168 folding knives, and I think that's gone up to 170, 171, and there's like another 40 or 50 fixed blades. Like, I'd have to dig those out and count them, and it's going to take way too long. But yeah, like, on the channel, I think it was like 3-ish weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Nah, it can't be that long ago. I did a State of the Collection video that had every folding knife that I could find that I have in my collection at the time, and it was 168. I gave one away, and then a few new ones have come in since then. And like a lot of these things, they're like on the budget end. They're like, you know, under 30 bucks, which means they have no resale value. I don't really have any one person to give it to give them away to. And they're not worth doing a million YouTube giveaways, especially since I can't afford to pay for shipping on that many of the motherfuckers. So they're just kind of, they're piling up while I find other things to do with them, like putting them through Cardboard Slayer to check the edge retention and the heat treatment, you know, all that stuff. And I'm sure I will find another use for them eventually. Like these live streams happen just because I was like, you know what? Like, so there's 2 seasons of the Super Budget Showdown on the channel. They got playlists. And what that is I bought 10 knives under 15 bucks and then ran them all and put them head to head. And I did Cardboard Slayer with them. And I was like, you know what? It'd be better to do a live stream and have proof that I put them through that much torture. And that just kind of turned into a live stream, and now we're all here vibing out. Yeah, unless if you notice, like all the ones I'm talking about here are under $100 except for the bug out. Like the Growler V2, the version I have retailed at $99. I got mine a bit cheaper because it's a prototype and it's in D2, not I believe 14C28N. The Sheepdog XL was like $70. The Olatans is like $27. Yeah, I don't know how long I'd have to be doing this to hit 500 knives. It's like I've been doing the channel for, I think, somewhere around a year now. And, yeah, I've hit 168. The most expensive knife is the Benchmade Bug Out in M390 with the aluminum scales. That's $275. And that's hanging with a Gerber Guardian Mark II from about 1983. That's another $200 to $300 knife. And then there's a Puma Prince from Germany that's kind of old. In-box examples with no wear on them have been selling for like $600 according to the little tiny bit of information I can find. And of course mine is out of box and it's been used and given a bunch of hot suppers by my uncle before he passed away. So I have no idea what that would be worth, but like those are the most expensive, and they're all, at least the Gerber Guardian and the Bug Out are the 2 most expensive that I can pin down definitively. All right, another edge crush test of 44 pounds per inch, and this is Smart Pop Kettle Corn. It knows what it did. Oh wait, we still have some of this box left. All right, we're not done with this one. We have to finish absolving Wesson of its sins. But yeah, most of my collection, there's some stuff that hits about 75 to 80 bucks, and most of it is under the $50 range, and most of that is under 35. Like this channel is kind of morphed in a direction I didn't expect it to be, where we're testing and flogging knives that are very, very cheap, very, very budget, and trying to find like the diamonds in the rough, the really good ones that you know, they're cheap, they're well, not cheap, budget. When I say cheap, I'm talking about come on, you know, like cheap, the Harbor Freight Gordon knife that is a clone of a ripoff of a Gerber Paraframe. Like this would qualify as cheap. Some of the gas station knives I have qualify as cheap, versus budget, which is good materials, good build quality, and decent steel for the price. It's just not expensive. I have not seen the Kingpin knife from Cobra Tech, but you'll find out pretty quickly. Like, I'm not familiar with everything out there. Like, I'm learning a lot of this stuff as I go. And not being familiar with everything out there, I do sometimes wind up with clones that I wind up having to just throw in the pile because this channel isn't about clones. I'm not a fan of clones. And I feel like reviewing clones and like giving them any review at all is like it goes against the integrity of my particular channel and the values I'm trying to uphold. You know, and I do own some. Clones did show up during the second season of Super Budget Showdown. All right, Fook. Yeah, we'll see you a little bit later, man. Hopefully we'll see you again tonight. But identity is a joke. Yeah, so Temugeddon, that was 10 weeks of carrying Temu knives and flogging those things for that video series. That was season 2 of Super Budget Showdown. We wound up with some clones in that because I'm not familiar with everything out there. I wound up with clones and we kept sending them back and waiting 2 or 3 weeks for the replacement to come in. And eventually it's like, well, I got to start doing this series. I can't spend the next 6 months trying to find, trying to replace every single clone. Yeah, when I do break down and buy an OTF, I'm probably going to go higher end on that, which is going to mean saving up, you know, a few cents at a time for ages. I forget exactly when I started saving up for admission to Blade Show. But I think I can finally pay for tickets for Blade Show and still have like $50 left to buy something, which is a little bit farther in than I thought I'd be by now because it's just a few cents at a time going into the secondary account. Over the course of, I don't know how many months now. See, that's the other thing, dude. I am like on the struggle bus. I'm broke. So like the nicest thing I've had come in recently was an O-Knife Gar, which thanks to some Amazon points and it being on sale was $13 out of pocket for me. That's the only reason I had that thing. Yeah, I'm thinking I may just hang out and wait until I can get a Microtech. Like when I say higher end, I do mean higher end. You know, it's probably going to be an entry level, a poverty spec Microtech, but it'll be a Microtech. Yeah, 2 things I'd love to be able to do on the channel are fixed blades and 5th pocket knives, but I can't be walking around at work with a fixed blade knife hanging out of my belt. Like, I gotta dress business casual, I gotta have slacks, I gotta have a button-down shirt and all that. And the only way I can carry these is tucked down in the waistband. And I'm not going to try to put a fixed blade into a sheath stuffed in my waistband where I can't see it. No. I have things to live for. Oh, those ram locks are real popular. Those stitches, the stitch is very popular in a couple of my Facebook groups. And then the high-end group, they got like really fucking fancy stitches. I haven't seen anything about that, and I would think that would show up in one of my Facebook groups because those guys are all about some Microtechs. Like, you'll see a ton of Microtech and a ton of stitches, and that's like predominantly the production knives that they have. And then you get into the heavily customized shit. I've seen knives being sold for upwards of $10,000 in that group. But every time a new Microtech variant comes out, you see these guys just going ape shit for them and trying their hardest to get them before they sell out. And then yeah, I mean, she probably, like, she knows more than either one of us does. But I would think I would have heard of that by now. And yeah, I'd love to be able to do a side hustle sharpening knives, but I don't know enough people with knives, and I'm not dealing with mailing shit back and forth. I am not cut out mentally to deal with that, and I don't have the time to deal with that. I cannot tell you how much I miss having a fixed 8-hour schedule that just stays on the same schedule. That would be so nice. I will say, if I do get a cheap OTF, I'll probably go to Lightning OTF. I've heard that for being a $40 budget OTF, they got a really good reputation for being solid knives. Like, I visited the website, but I haven't had the money to get it when, like, every time I remember to go look at the site, I don't have any money to work with. I'm just like, I'm going to window shop. And I know a guy in one group said he picked up a stack of Blims for 20 bucks a pop. But I have never seen them sell Blims on the website. That's just like the scallywag tactical. I keep looking at the Blims and the prices on that, and when I want to order them, I'm broke and I can't afford to spend, like, you know, 70 bucks ordering 3 of them and getting them shipped. And I really don't want to pay for full shipping price on just one. That's, again, these guys might know more than I do. I haven't handled a range boss. I just happen to have a Buck 110 that belonged to my uncle before he passed away. It's in the box of knives that I got from his stuff. So that's the only reason I have the 110. Like, and it's, again, I don't know everything out there, and I haven't handled everything out there by a long shot. I do love me some Cold Steels, but, you know, the Cold Steel collection is building up fairly slowly. All right, we are at just about the 2-hour mark. So, Punisher, you get to pick between the Robot, Frankenstein, Scuba Guy, Alien, or Knight. Or Mummy. Which one you want, Punisher? Take your pick, brother. Well, I already did my choice. I did the Ninja. Mr. 13 Lou, you can pick the Knight, the Mummy, the Scuba Guy, the Alien, the Robot, or the Frankenstein. Hang on. Let's let a newer guy pick one out. Because unfortunately, I committed to saying that before he said, let's go with the Classic Knight. All right, Frankenstein. Feels like we've definitely got some wear on this now. Yeah, this is kind of like our ACR. Like, we can still get a clean cut if we catch it just right, but it's not what it was. All right, Frankenstein. I don't know if he has a song. Okay, let's try like 2 more, see if we get a song. Nope. I don't think this one has a song. But I'm going to get a fresh sheet to check this cut before we go back to it. Yeah, there's some wear. This feels like our 8CR steels after this much time. And yeah, you can kind of see where, come on, the edge has got a little bit of wear. You can see that cut's kind of rough. I don't know, like, that's kind of me after anything. Like, at one point, I developed very, 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 very severe diarrhea that lasted 27 days before it put me in the hospital. And ever since then, my whole system's been whacked out. Which, that should tell you a lot about my life. The only time I've been hospitalized overnight was for crapping too much. Okay. So I'm not sure how much this cardboard is going to respond to being cut up. Okay, so it's doing all right. I don't think I have a KFC anywhere near me. Now, one thing that I hate is the Burger King next to the house closed down, because that was actually good for, you know, what it was. And it was never that busy, so you could get in there, hit your order, and get out pretty damn quickly. And like, nothing's come up to replace it. It's like, I'd really, really want to see a Crystal there. Really want to. But I don't think we're getting that. And I think one of the reasons I also have a soft spot for that location is, again, with that, like, I was diagnosed ulcerative colitis with that, that whole diarrhea month. And it's like the diet version of Crohn's. And it was kind of hard for me to eat a whole lot of anything without making the situation much worse. And the double Whopper, I had to not get cheese, which hurt, but that kind of kept me going and made life a hell of a lot easier. But brother, Burger Kings don't taste the same 20 minutes apart from each other. It just all comes down to which crew you have and how well they're doing their job. However, I haven't been outside the country, so I haven't tried them anywhere else in the world. But yeah, you can't even get them tasting the same 20 minutes apart from each other, so that should tell you a little bit. And usually when you catch some that are a little farther out with less traffic and, you know, a manager that gives a shit, like, it is the best you're going to get. And like, I grew up like broke in a bad neighborhood. And one of the things people from neighborhoods like that don't do is travel like that. So about the farthest we got was out of state travel, which we covered some distance there, but that's out of state, not out of country. I don't even have a passport. Oh, where is it? Somewhere in South America, I believe, they still sell mixed spaghetti. Yeah, I believe it's somewhere in like deep in South America. They do sell mixed spaghetti. It's still popular there. Like I that's one of the things if I could like time travel. If I could time travel, that's one of the things I would do is check out fast food joints and check out the stuff that's discontinued. It just I would have to. Like that could be a whole trip by itself. Just spend like 2 weeks 2 weeks just rubbing the nostalgia knob until something happens. Just work the nostalgia shaft and see where it goes. Like go to McDonald's on Wednesday and get a 29-cent cheeseburger and just like we had it so good back then and we didn't know. Oh yeah, no, there's plenty of stuff I'd love to do if I could time travel. I mean, I really would. Um, like round up some cash and start up some certificates of deposits and banks, like collect interest. Just stuff like that. But like I said, that just a whole trip to like dropping by fast food places, checking out the discontinued stuff, checking out stuff that used to be good that ain't no more. So the price for a burger in the U.S. can run anywhere from like $2 and some change to like $7, $9 from fast food joints. So like U.S. dollars. So like it's a wide range. And yeah, Joseph, you are not wrong. Like we could be sitting here in like 15 years saying we had it so good and we didn't know it. However, I will say that at that point in time, we didn't have like the looming near probability of World War III happening. We just had some like Cold War scares. Like we had just some Cold War fear. We didn't have Russia actively invading shit and the risk of nuclear weapons being fired over it. Anything else? But yeah, Boker. So I have three Boker Kalashnikovs. I've got one in a spear point similar to this. I've got one in a Wharncliffe, and then I got a Desert Warrior edition. I like those quite a bit. They're automatic knives for a great price with some pretty good steel on them. I love those. And then I've got a Boker Plus Strike automatic that I like quite a bit. And then there's a Boker with a bunch of skulls on it under the Magnum name that I don't know what it's called, which it's a tip down carry, so I never actually carry it. I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. Yeah, no, I was just talking about fast food burgers. Like those will push the $9 mark if you go all out on them. But yeah, I've got a Warncliffe. I've got a Warncliffe Kalashnikov. Like I saw the Warncliffe and I liked what I was looking at, so I was like, you know what, I'll get it. And they were on sale for significantly cheaper than usual. I forget what I paid. Because of course Amazon won't sell automatic knives, so I had to go through Blade HQ, and I normally go in as a guest, so I don't have a record of that purchase. And dear God, the cardboard's doing the thing. Yeah, I keep looking at the Mermaid, and I keep thinking about buying it, and I'm like, I got better stuff to buy right now. This cut's starting to get nasty. Like, we're getting a lot of cuts where the cardboard's starting to roll up in the bottom instead of cutting. And it's happening more frequently. How much is the Boker Mermaid right now? Because I think the last time I checked, it was also a bit more than I wanted to spend for what it is. So if you're at Blade HQ, like you get the Mermaid for some reason, I guess if you do something impressive for them or something like that, I'm not sure. But if you work at Blade HQ, you got to earn your Mermaid. You don't just get one. Okay, those cuts are starting to get kind of raggedy. Oh, there's some drag there. There is a worn spot in this blade. Yeah. Yeah, there's one spot in there that's more worn than the rest, but I'm already starting to see the cuts fray on the paper a bit. Yeah, that was the other reason I didn't buy a Mermaid, was that price. Like, that's a bit much for what it is. I got the wife a different Mermaid knife that's a lot cooler than the Blade H or than the Boker Mermaid. I can't remember the brand or anything on it, but I almost think I need to get another one of those for cardboard sling. Knockoff, would you do me a favor and let me know if there is a difference between 440C and 8CR? I think there is a difference because this feels like it's wearing a little bit faster than 8CR does. But that might be in my head too. Me with knives, what's up? Yeah, the 440C feels like it's wearing a bit faster than I expected. So me with knives, we got a Ganzo G745 and 440C that we're testing out right now. Who, me? Do I carry a knife, EDC? Yeah. If you're asking somebody else, forgive me, but yeah, I got a knife on me every day. The only time I don't have a knife on me when I'm outside the house is if I'm walking into a building where they are not, where they're, you know, totally prohibited, like government buildings, schools, stuff like that. Okay, so gotcha. Yeah, I can't really tell. I'd say this is similar enough to HCR that I'm not really able to say definitively that there's a difference in the edge wear, is how we're going to put it. Yeah, I'm not feeling enough of a difference to really call it definitively. If I'm having to sit here and say I think it's different, then it's probably not. And of course, there could be variation in the heat treatment on this batch of steel too. Oh, and I don't know if everybody here caught it, but I've added more grip progression to the diamond paste on my strops. So my older strop with the Harbor Freight buffing compound has gotten loaded up with a 20 micron and 14 micron, and then going into my usual 10, 5, and then 2.5. No, this is 440C. I have never heard of DC53 steel. What the crap? I'm going to assume right now that DC53 is just another name for one of the common steels. Ah. And I will say the jimping is starting to get painful. That is starting to hurt. Oh, I need to throw that albatross in here to get some VG10 into the testing circle. Is that what? VG10 is another name for something else on the budget end. Like it's right there in the mix with your CR series steels 440. I will say right now I'm a goblin. Pretty much anything that enters my possession never leaves again. But just the nicer ones that I have, I definitely wouldn't give away for one reason or another. You know, like I've got a whole box of knives that belonged to my uncle before he passed away. Like those are never leaving my hands. The bug outs never going away. The Growler V2 prototype, that's not leaving my hands. Like there's a ton of them, dude. I could spend forever, and I mean forever, listing those off. Like we'd be here for a while. Like I'd have to go get all my knives. There's a lot of them on the super cheap end that I would give away, and I have given some away. The nicest one that I've gotten rid of probably was the Icon knife from Harbor Freight. That's just a straight ripoff of the Beg Knives Mini Glimpse. So I didn't want it in my collection. So I gave that to a friend of mine. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff in my collection I'm not getting rid of. I know that Artisan Cutlery proponent right now, I can tell you ain't going nowhere. And then I got some stuff that's just so bad that I'm not willing to hand it off to somebody else and make them suffer too. Like this one right here. Everybody that's been here a minute knows how badly this thing sucks, which is unfortunate. Let me take a look real quick and see what the actual price on that was. Yeah, it's $35. I think it's come down a bit since I bought it. Let me see. No, it's about the same price. But this one, everything about this thing is bad. The ergonomics are bad, like the opening mechanisms are bad, like this thing is just garbage. I don't want it, but I don't want to give it to somebody else because it's got too many problems. Like it's just god awful. Man, I am tired of this hardcore cardboard. Hardcore cardboard. God almighty. Just give me a couple of easy boxes to cut up for a few minutes. That's all I'm asking. Ugh. I wonder how many of these I'm going to have to do before this finally is toughened up enough that it's not getting torn up. And gentlemen, I regret to inform you that there is no pizza box tonight. Okay, I'm going to try a couple of cuts on this double wall. Well, no, like I don't need all of the cardboard to be easy, and the stuff from work is a fair enough mix. It's just I got a bunch of tough ones back to back to back. And I am going to take like one or two cuts on this double wall, but I don't think it's going to be easy enough to... The things I do for you guys. Oh my, holy shit. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm starting to really feel a lot of edge wear. But at least this box is forgiving to cut up. Oh, come on. DayZ. Honestly, depending on the task. Very much depending on the task. Probably the Cold Steel Bowie Machete. That is a nice, huge fixed blade. It is cold steel, so it's going to stand up to shit tons of abuse. It's got all the maintenance and sharpening requirements of a machete. And you can do a lot of work with that, kind of across the board. Now, for a smaller companion folding knife, probably the Cold Steel AD10. That thing is also notorious for being incredibly hardcore. If you watch a channel called Dutch Bushcraft Knives, they hammered one, like hammered it through a brick, and took minor edge damage. That S35 VN is no joke. But that Cold Steel Bowie Machete is also where I got that scar right there. I will say right now, Efengro is bad about clones, and I've had a couple of experiences with ones where the manufacturing was incomplete at best. Probably not as big of an issue on a fixed blade, but for folding knives, especially with edges not being crowned on the areas where you got to handle the knife. But yeah, like my primary DayZ melee weapon would probably be well, it would be a brush axe with a 3-inch high impact polymer handle. Because again, you're looking at all the cutting power of an axe with the maintenance of a machete. And of course, a bit of a weight reduction, but those things are fucking brutal. The gun, that depends on what kind of zombies we're talking about here. If we're talking about something on the more realistic side, like those guys are going to rot and fall apart and be gone within about a month. But it would be one of my 22s. Just because ammo is abundant and you can easily carry 1,000 rounds of it on your person. And as long as your aim is okay, it'll still stop stuff. But I'd also pair that with my 45. Like, if I had an AR-15, I'd probably throw something like that in the mix, but I don't. So just going off what I have, like my Get Out of Trouble kit is a 22 long rifle, a 45 ACP, and a 12 gauge. But if I could only carry one, it'd probably be the 22. It's quieter. It's still lethal if your aim's good. And again, you can carry a shit ton of ammunition. You know, that's the thing is, you know, any kind of zombie apocalypse, especially if these guys are rotting, like it's going to be over in a fixed amount of time, and it's probably around a month. So really, you know, you can get by with, you know, bugging out with the whatever canned goods you have in your house, and just kind of raiding empty houses for leftovers, because, you know, if these guys are all turned into zombies, they're probably not going back in their house for anything. So you can roll in there and probably load up on canned goods and stuff like that. You know, unless you're an idiot about it, your biggest problem is going to be other people, not zombies. Yeah, and I mean, it's like, you know, dumping rounds into zombies, like, you're gonna run out of ammo faster than you think. It's just, that's again, if you're gonna, like, your goal is to run away from zombies, not get caught by them and try to fight them. You know, if they're moving in crowds the way they're depicted, you're not going to win that fight anyways. You know, it's not going to take a whole lot of them for you as a single person to be overwhelmed and taken out. It's not. You know, and given the behavior that we're assuming they exhibit based on, you know, all of our, if we're going based on movies and TV, then reasonable amounts of fortification on your home, they're not getting in there. And it doesn't take much to build something like that. You know, if the zombies that we have retain, you know, basically the amount of intelligence and consciousness the average person does, and they're grouping together, there's probably not a whole lot you can do against those numbers regardless. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing is, like, you know, you're dealing with bad humans too. You know, trying to protect yourself from bad humans. Guns aren't necessarily going to be what does it for you. It's going to be numbers. You know, what you need more than a large stockpile of guns and ammo and stuff like that is going to be other people. If you have enough... if you got enough people grouped together that are all sharing the same goal and protecting each other, other smaller groups of people probably aren't going to fuck with you to begin with. You know, in any situation like that, banding together with people is going to be what saves you, not, you know, mountains of ammo, unless you're dealing with, like, if you're dealing with like a military force, then you need a lot of people and a lot of guns and ammo. But for a situation like that, you know, what you really need is basic crafting skills. You need a group of people together and the ability to put together some kind of fortification. You know, and then waiting out the next month-ish. And honestly, if they can't get to you, they're probably going to move on to where they can get somebody. So, like, you're probably not going to have to hunker down as long as you think you are. You know, my goal for that personally would be evade, avoid, and escape. Because those guys are going to be moving to areas where food is more readily available. And I finally got a box that cuts up good, guys. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Areas like Walmart, anywhere that sells a lot of stuff is going to become a hotspot. Even if you know you've only got to bug out for like 2 or 3 weeks, or hunker down for 2 or 3 weeks and bug in, people are still going to panic. They're going to freak right the fuck out, and you're going to be dealing with very, very hostile crowds. I mean, just if you want to really put this into perspective, think about how much people panic and completely empty gas stations out because there's going to be a shortage for like 3 fucking days. You know, we've had to cancel trips because we had a shortage and all of a sudden every gas station was out. The shortage only lasted a couple of days. That was when people were, that's where people were filling fucking Rubbermaid totes with gas and stuff like that. Y'all remember that? Like, it was pre-pandemic, but people were filling fucking garbage bags, fucking Rubbermaid totes and shit like that with gasoline. Because there was fear the shortage would last, what, like 2 weeks? Oh. Where are we with the Edge now? Let's take a look real quick. It's been showing more and more wear as we go, and it's been kind of comparable to 8CR. Maybe a little better. It's so hard to tell with these cuts. Like, sometimes these cuts go good and they're fairly smooth. Like, the edge is still a little frayed. Like, it's definitely worn, but it's still cutting. So I think this might be a little better than 8CR, but it's not enough better than 8CR for me to really be able to say definitively, yes, it is. Oh yeah, no, that was nuts. But this was before the toilet paper zombies by a couple of good years. But yeah, like, I remember when I saw my first toilet paper zombies, I could not believe what the hell I was seeing. So gun laws are different state to state. Most places you can't open carry without a carry permit, but there are a lot of places where it's nearly impossible for you to get and carry a gun legally outside of your house or a range. But yeah, I was working at a car wash, and I went across the street to a Walgreens to buy something. And some lady wanders in and she's like, "Oh my God, this is the first place I've seen toilet paper like in 10 miles from here." And she's saying, "You need to buy some now. Trust me, buy some now." So I bought, like, I don't know, 6 packs. I left some on the shelf for other people. Not a complete asshole, but I bought enough to last what I thought was long enough, and it turns out it was. But yeah, while I'm in line checking out, I see like 3 or 4 more people come piling through the door looking for it. I'm like, what the hell is happening? And I went online and I looked after I found out why things were happening. And this was like probably, I don't know, it was like a week into the pandemic becoming a thing. But yeah, like, when I got back and threw it in the truck, somebody said, yeah, they're selling it on eBay for like $50 a roll right now. And sure enough, I went on eBay and looked, and a single roll was like $50. And I will tell you right now, I have been in a house where I was poor enough that at one point we ran out of toilet paper and we couldn't afford to go buy more. And I wound up taking a piece of newspaper and balling it up and unballing it enough to where it got soft enough to just barely be usable. And I did that, and it worked. So, like, most places you can have a gun in your house. Not much of a problem. You know, it's just things have been getting tighter and tighter as time goes on. Like, if you want to buy a handgun, you gotta go through a wait period, stuff like that. And you got to go through a background check and, you know, a few other hoops to jump through. So, like, you know, one of my guns, it came from my uncle the last time I saw him alive. One of them came from his collection after he passed away. One of them, my 12 gauge, I got at Walmart. I put that on layaway for a long time before I could finish paying for it. One of them I bought from a friend of mine that was selling guns until he got in trouble. But I'm also in a part of the country where the knife laws are so relaxed that basically 12 inches is the limit for folding knives and stuff you can carry tucked away. Like, it is nuts how relaxed it is. Yeah, like, I think anywhere in the EU, it's really, really hard to get licensing and anything else. I'm not that familiar with it, but I do know, like, at least in the UK, the knife laws are really fucking restrictive. Gun laws, forget about it. Australia is the same way. Like Australia, the blade length is really short on the maximum. You can't buy a knife that you can open one-handed. You can't buy a knife that locks when it's open. I know Great Britain, that's the same deal. Like, I don't know how the hell you would have a knife channel based out of the UK. And of course, you can't have a fixed blade floating around. Yeah, and I mean, there are times where you can catch like a good deal. You know, and that's something that, like, gun control is a persistent hot button topic, especially every election cycle when we start electing new people. That's always like a campaign builder. But the gun control shows up and it's a modified version of an already existing law, and it pretty much doesn't change anything. It's just someone's like, hey, we made laws for gun control. Vote for us again. We're doing the thing. Yeah, and I'm not sure what Georgia's carry laws are anymore. We may be heading towards that same thing. But, like, I don't carry a firearm out in public because I'm not trained to handle a situation escalating like that. You know, and the last thing I want to do is panic and kill someone for a situation that could have easily been de-escalated to the point where no one got shot. You know, I don't want to deal with that. And, like, I can't carry a piece at work anyways, and that's the only place I'm at when I'm out of the house, really. Now, I have had to go into some pretty situations I didn't trust, we'll put it that way. And yeah, I carried a gun for those. Oh man, this chair is starting to hurt, guys. Oh. This is what I just don't get. Some of those cuts on the copy paper are clean as shit, and some of these, just the cardboard wads up instead of cuts. Promise you one thing, the cut is going to be phenomenal after I strop it up. Oh, wow. Yeah, I remember seeing something like that. And again, that might have been Great Britain, but like basically if I remember right, like you have to meet some requirements to even begin to buy a gun, and then you have to keep it. I think there's a different set of licensing for keeping it in your house. Otherwise, you have to keep it in a locker somewhere at like a range or something like that. It was really weird when I saw it, and it's been a long time, so I don't remember the specifics. Like where I live, if I had the acreage for it, I could build a shooting range in my yard. My uncle, before he passed away, he had a 25-yard range shooting, 25-yard shooting range in his yard, and he had another just basically a backstop set up on the other side of the range. So the 25-yard range goes here, and then the pistol range goes right here, and you could just kind of back off as far as you wanted there. But yeah, like if I had the acreage for it, then I could definitely put a range in my yard. Like that's one of my goals, is to get a property where I can set up my own range. Okay, so now we got some cardboard flats that should be a lot easier to deal with, at least for a few minutes. Yeah, I think he had 2 acres, if that gives you an idea. But out that far in the boonies, everybody was out shooting guns like regularly. Like he'd have these times where he just had to make the most noise he physically possibly could, short of setting off dynamite. Like he had an old oxygen tank that he cut the bottom off of and hung that from a tree, and he had an axle from a car, and he just smacked that thing with the axle and make an ungodly amount of noise. Like when I got his anvil, after he passed away, I had to set up another stand for it, because he basically engineered the stand on purpose to be able to be heard like a quarter mile away. And it's like, no, nobody but you wants that, sir. I tell you what the dream is, though, is to have enough money to build an indoor shooting range underneath the house. Like that would be amazing. Just think about that. Like full on, you hit the button, the paper goes back. You hit the button, the paper comes back. And you just go down there and pop off rounds whenever you feel like it. Yeah, I will say with York Brave, I do miss like the old slingshot channel stuff. Back when he was doing shit like making slingshots that could fire machetes and stuff like that. You know, and I've said it before, like that's the one thing that I really don't like about when YouTube channels like grow. It's really hard to have them grow and stay close enough to their roots where like the guys are, you know, the guys are still doing like the kind of stuff that you started watching them for. Which, granted, like it's a natural progression. I know a lot of guys will say you can't keep doing the same thing forever, but it's like mix some of that back in there, you know? Mix some of that back in there and, you know, do the stuff that brought you your crowd in the first place. Like he does, you know, like he just doesn't have videos up where he's doing that kind of crazy shit anymore, and I miss it. Yeah, it's totally possible to build an indoor range. You just got to have like your sound deadening right. You got to have everything right on it, and your backstop, of course, has to be right. Yeah, that would be the first I'm hearing about York's Brave having a TV channel or a TV show. I don't feel like cutting any more of those flats right now. This should be some nice cutting though. Then again, this cardboard ain't the hardest to cut, but it likes to tear. Well, at least Matt, you know, at least with Demolition Ranch, there's still some crazy stuff happening often enough. You know, you got stuff happening, either testing new guns. There's also like, you know, finding out how much damage or what it takes to shoot through a manhole cover. Like, there's still something watchable there. There's enough tied to the roots of the channel that you can still watch it. Alex Steele's another example. Like, he's not sticking to the roots of the channel all that, you know, religiously, but a lot of his content's still close enough to it that you can still watch it. You know, I do miss when he was doing, you know, daily videos from that old shop that he had. But, you know, that's one where the channel grew, and it grew well. It's just I miss the regular videos and I miss the smaller projects. Yeah. Oh, this cut's nice. I needed the break. Yeah, like, that is an interesting question. Like, where would you want to go that's not in the UK that's still a good place to go to? It's like, you know, America seems like a pretty obvious choice for, you know, especially compared to the EU, the amount of freedoms that we do have. But it's also, I don't know whether it would be worth trying to start a new life in America as it currently is. Oh yeah, no, I would have a blast hanging out with Matt. That being said, like, you can see Matt's learning his lesson right now, and he's pulling more and more stuff away from the internet. You know, like, he's taking his family off the channel. His kids aren't showing up in videos anymore. His wife's not showing up in videos anymore. Like, he's doing a lot of the things he has to do. You know, and I was gonna say, I think Matt's had people show up to his property uninvited a few times now. Like, that's where problems start showing up. And like, you would think like the last place you'd want to really start showing up uninvited would be like a gun tuber's house. Like, sir, the obvious implications of that are lost on you. Like, unless you're trying to bank off the fact that they may hold off on doing anything about it just because, you know, that would probably cost them like the channel and everything else. But still, like, that is, yeah. Like Cletus McFarland, the Freedom Factory, they've had problems with trespassing. But yeah, no, Matt Demolition Ranch, he has stayed watchable. Like, he is still producing watchable videos that I still like watching, and I've been following him for a long time. So I think the first video of his that I saw was when he was jamming as many birdshot pellets as he could into the barrel of a shotgun before, before the gun just blew up. Like, I do miss stuff like that. You know, I do to this day miss FPS Russia in his prime. Yeah, the pew pew rabbit hole, I can't afford to go down any further than I have. And right now, it's again, I've got my get out of trouble kit. Like, if I do got to bug out to go somewhere else, I've got enough to keep me and more than likely whoever's with me safe enough. You know, I'm capable of fighting back or presenting enough of a threat that there's not a fight. But yeah, like, that gets expensive fast. Yeah, I will say that one video where he damn near killed himself with tannerite in a truck. Like, the video's fucking amazing. But the second that happened, I'm just like, oh, that was dumb. Putting explosives inside anything is so dumb. Yeah, if you're looking for that, it will be possible in America, but you got to have a lot of money to. You either got to have a lot of money to get that put together, or you got to move out somewhere incredibly remote. Like, if I could right now, I'd have about 15 or 20 acres, quite heavily wooded, and then I have 2 or 3 acres in the center of that cleared out for home, separate shop. One thing that I desperately want, and now it's becoming impossible to do, is I'd like to cut a dirt oval track on the property somewhere and use that to just get hoopties that are barely running and just take those, maybe slap a cage in there or something like that, and just run cars around it, just beat them to death on that thing. Like, that would be amazing. So you've got a lot of places you can do that, a lot. You don't want to be near a big city, but there is tons and tons of space to do that all over the damn country. California, probably not. Like, I will say, no, like the northern central, New York, you can get some land. Washington, D.C., I don't think has a lot of land up for grabs. It's just, you got to stay away from big cities. Now, Texas, I will say, one, you don't want to deal with the electrical grid there. And two, you're probably not going to find a whole lot of joy in the 111-degree days they have during the summer. 111 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm wondering how much longer Texas has before they start seeing massive power outages over the summer because it gets so hot there and the grid couldn't even keep up with an ice storm. Which I still think whoever voted to put Texas on its own separate power grid from the rest of the country was dumber than 2 buckets of sand. Jesus Christ, what kind of stupidity led to that? Oh yeah. No, that's the one thing is, like, in Germany probably doesn't have enough land available to build enough housing to really deal with people. Until you get way out in the boonies, it's kind of like here, but I don't know that much about that situation. But here, if you want to buy like a condo outright or something like that in a desirable area with a high population density, you're going to be spending a lot of money. Good God at the cardboard dust. Yeah, I still... There's still no excusing how bad that was. There's not. You know, and the only reason they're beefing it up is because something that catastrophic happened. But, Punisher, you wanted the night. It's time. I love it when it lights up the lights. Come on. There she blows. As again, I'd love a way to keep track of the people that like show up right as that happens. Oh, don't worry. You get the hell taxed out of whatever you own here, too. You got to pay property tax every damn year. They tax it when you earn it. They tax it when you spend it. They tax it when you own it. Yeah, no, it's the same thing here. You got your taxes. You either pay your taxes or you enjoy federal prison. Take your pick. All right, Fook, man. Have a great night. Appreciate you dropping by. And one thing I'm kind of counting on here is like our house was in the, I think, $120,000 range. And now houses at like subdivisions of $350,000 plus houses are popping up all around us. And I'm hoping that brings in a lot of value to the house, even though the maintenance on the house is god awful. The yard's not really that well maintained. The house isn't that well maintained. It's just we live here. But I'm hoping the prices go up high enough that we can kind of negate that and still turn some kind of profit on the house when we sell it. Because I think we've had houses in our neighborhood going for like 400,000 plus. let's take another look at our edge. It's been about 3 hours now. So I'm not seeing a whole hell of a lot of deterioration on the edge from the 2 hour mark. Provided I don't screw the cut up to begin with. All right, man. I appreciate you being here. I will see you later, man. Yeah, the edge is still hanging on pretty good. And I got the feeling chat's about to pretty much die. Well, I was going to keep going for another hour or so, but if chat's going to go completely dead on us, then I can go ahead and go. We can strop this thing up and see how it do. This is kind of matching D2 so far for how the edge is going. We're still going to keep going for a while. We just love to keep chat active. But so far, this is holding up to about what we've been getting off of a D2. So better than 8CR. I'll say that. Yeah, it's just regulars heading out, but it's the regulars that keep the chat going all night. But yeah, we're getting better than 8CR13. I couldn't really tell earlier, but the edge is definitely holding on a bit stronger than 8CR does at the 3 hour mark. And again, I'm not seeing hairline scratches show up all over the blade. Well, I'll be honest, dude, like, you know, if I had been through World War II in Germany, I'd be real antsy about a lot of shit. And of course, not tracking down your grandpa in Argentina, that'll be a priority. But I can't imagine, I can't begin to imagine, all right, in Great Britain, in Germany, Belgium, Poland, all that, I cannot begin to imagine how many weapons were floating around, just free floating in people's hands. Submachine guns, machine guns, all that. Like, you know, the military did not get all those things rounded back up when the war was over. There were still tons of them everywhere, just kind of total black market. All right, man. I'll see you in a few. So the 440C, I'm liking it better than 8CR. This is just, it's, right now, it's holding up as well as the D2 did. Like, it's got about the same cut that the Gen Captain knife had whenever we got done. But yeah, like, I imagine being in Germany after World War II was probably not a whole lot of fun. You know, I've seen a lot of not a lot, but I've seen enough about the process that Germany went through during denazification and all that. Like, I can't even imagine that was remotely enjoyable unless you had a lot of money and you were really comfortable before the, like, right after the war ended. Like, if you were still comfortable and still living pretty well, it's probably all right, but yeah. So this is cutting a bit better than the Boker did. It's got the same kind of deal though. Like, you got a little bit of a hollow going up to the bottom of the swedge right here, and then a hollow going away from it. And I can kind of tell that's why the cuts are kind of trailing side to side on a lot of these. You know, so we are learning for, like, a cut shouldn't be as wavy as this is. It's kind of hard to see, but, you know, that's just the price of having these swedges, which I guess this is more for puncturing than anything and aesthetics. But like I said, I'm starting to like a full flat a lot better. Like it's not doing a terrible job cutting. It is cutting. It is cutting, you know, cleanly enough, all that happy stuff. But I can see it kind of just trailing side to side through the cuts. There could be less drag where the swedge is. The hollow grinds tend to struggle a bit more with the cut. They cut like a wedge. But yeah, it's doing all right. I'll give it that. Um, yeah, I can't even imagine how many weapons are floating around in Ukraine right now. You know, that being said, the Ukraine is nowhere near as big of a war as, you know, taking Germany at the end of World War II was. Like, that's nowhere near as big of a conflict. It's lasted longer, but it's also a different ball game. You know, most of that war is fought with drones. It's fought with like remote weapons, stuff like that. So the infantry engagements are definitely smaller. You know, stuff like that. So I can't imagine it's nearly as many weapons. And of course, you're seeing like fucking over 100-year-old weapons being used. Like I think somebody at one point had a Maxim machine gun out there. Like that is like 140 years old, I think. So yeah, there's probably still a lot of like weapons that aren't supposed to be in civilian hands in Ukraine. Like that's one thing I couldn't begin to imagine. Like if somebody came in and tried to take over America, you know, if those guys somehow made it past the military, past the American military, and it broke down to door to door, street to street fighting. Oh god, how bad would it be to try to bust down a door, especially in like the South? Like the first 2 or 3 guys, the second their foot makes contact with the door to bust it in, like they're gone. They're wiped out. You got guys sitting there holding their guns like, I've been waiting to use this thing. But yeah, like I know, crap, I think after World War II in America, so many weapons were sold as military surplus that it wasn't hard to get yourself a fully automatic rifle. It wasn't that hard to get a submachine gun. Like it. Like it wasn't hard to get that stuff. You know, it's this part of where like organized crime more often than not had much greater firepower than like the police forces and stuff like that, because just they were able to get better weapons that weren't, you know, standard issue for your beat cop. Like if you look up Bonnie and Clyde, they had overwhelming amounts of firepower compared to the police that were trying to stop them, so they just went nuts. You know, and it took forever, or way too long, and you know, very, very heavily armed police, and a few of them, to like basically force them to stop in the middle of the road, and they just fucking unloaded on the car. They mag dumped everything they had into that car. I think a lot of countries are providing support to Ukraine because we don't want Russia basically left thinking it can just basically take entire countries over if it feels like it. And of course, we also are dealing with the scary specter of communism's bad. And yeah, communism's not good for the people that live under it. However, if you ask, oh yeah, the Switchblade Act too was also kind of one of those things where, again, weapon control is a great political campaign tool, and yellow journalism got the better of that too. I guarantee it. Like, the reason marijuana is illegal is because of very, very racist yellow journalism. But yeah, and the other part of that thing too, the other part of the Ukraine war right now is countries are fighting via proxy. You know, they're going in there to test what is the enemy capable of? What does it take for us to fuck them up? You know, like we figured out that American weapons annihilate Russian troops with Russian weapons. You know, the American equipment that got sent out there basically kept the Ukrainians not only above water, but absolutely running laps around Russia for the longest time. And then the American support got cut back, and now Ukraine is, you know, struggling to stay even alive at this point. Like, they're dealing with much more successful and bolder Russians because they're running out of American weapons. At least that's what I'm able to tell. I could be wrong about that, but that's what it looks like to me. But yeah, like, if you want to see an absolute tragedy, like, just travesty, look up the kind of journalism that led to, like, marijuana being made illegal. It was some of the nastiest shit I've ever seen. Is you know, small town newspapers would run a fake article about like, there'd be a fake article about a black guy getting high and attacking a white woman the next town over. Completely made up, but they ran that through every newspaper they could for so long that the voting white people got scared of a problem that didn't exist and got it voted into a class 3 narcotic or whatever, whatever class it is. So it's like they're treating it the same as heroin and cocaine, and fucking, it's nuts. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, you know, World War II, dealing with Stalingrad and all that, it was definitely a numbers game, but they were supposed to be a world superpower on par with America, or at least close. No, the reactive armor on their tanks is, what, egg cartons? You know, the body armor on some of these guys that they're finding is just cardboard in the plate carrier. Like, you know, they got military trucks, and the corruption is so bad that the tires have been on there for 20 years and totally dry rotted instead of being replaced. You know, the fact is, before the Ukraine war started, Russia was a lot scarier than it is now. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think the same thing's being seen with China's military. wow. And that's the thing. I'm not the kind of person that can use marijuana responsibly. I'm not. I will destroy my life with it within a matter of like a month at most. All right. But I do think it should be legal for recreational, medicinal, whatever purposes, because it's certainly, in my experience, it's certainly nowhere near as bad for the end user as alcohol. It's just not. China may have been making better weapons recently, but whether or not they're making it into the hands of their military is a completely different story. What we have seen and heard is things are so corrupt there that it's the same problem the Russians are having, like just sheets of cardboard in the plate carriers and stuff. But yeah, I do feel like it should be completely legal for whatever purposes you want. And honestly, if it was legalized and taxed properly, I don't think there would be a problem with selling it and taking advantage of Edge Crush test 23 pounds. But I don't think there would be a problem justifying it after it starts. But that's just my opinion. Because really, if you can go into a gas station and buy a pack of joints like you could buy a pack of cigarettes for, hell, $50, everybody's making money off of that. And honestly, it would probably be safer, because that is one thing, is at least in America, the weed's been getting, like, less and less safe as time's gone on between stuff being laced with fent. The guys that are growing it have been going for pure THC quantity instead of a balance of THC and CBD. So you get massive anxiety attacks off it like you didn't used to do. I know edibles apparently are supposed to be, a different breed entirely. I'm kind of glad those came out after I quit using, kind of like I'm glad there's, not grape flavored blunt wraps whenever I was doing my thing. Because I don't know how much worse that would have made it for me. Bro, like, they're like $10 a pack here for name brand stuff. Like, there's no way in hell I could afford to smoke now. The reason I can afford to vape is I make my own juice and it might cost 35 to 50 cents a bottle to make, and that bottle will last 2 days, maybe 3. It costs me next to nothing to do it. Now, if I was buying it, it would probably be $20 for 3 days. Still cheaper, but also more than I could spend right now. And Charmin is paying for its sins. Like, just the Charmin Bears. We love shitting. I'm just saying, the Charmin Bears, they love shitting. I don't kink shame, but I will judge silently. Oh, man. This is doing more of a number on my lower back than it normally does. Bro, I can't imagine the amount of taxes you'd be paying to do that and the amount of stuff you'd have to jump through to get your licensing and all that. Like, God almighty. And then you'd still be fighting with, your local gas stations for most of those sales. Because, most of your smokers are just going in for a pack of cigarettes. They're not going in there for finer cigars, or they're going in there for Black and Milds and basically blunt wraps, Swisher Sweets. Okay, that box is dead. Oh. Give me a second, guys. I gotta stand up. Oh my God. I think that's part of it. I haven't stood up and walked around to find anything since we started this. Oh my God. Oh. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to be sore as shit as soon as I go upstairs. Okay, back at it. What the hell? That didn't like being cut. Yeah, and the edge crush test on this is 26 pounds. And the reason I'm announcing that is I'm looking to see if there's a correlation between the edge crush test rating and the ability to be cut. All right, Easy Foil 12-pound roaster pan. It's time to be absolved of your sins. Yeah, like I tried smoking cigars a couple of times, and it didn't do it for me. At least the smoking a cigar with the content still inside of it instead of being replaced with something else. Yeah, I can't imagine what that week's been like for you. Like most of my week's been carrying the Artisan Cutlery Proponent, and that's been absolutely delightful. Oh, speaking of which, where the hell is it? Yeah, like I said, same one. I can't imagine carrying that thing for a week. I just wanted to see how good it was and get a quick video out of it for $3. Bastinelli is not a brand I'm familiar with. Oh no, you're absolutely right. Like I've done carries like that for stuff because nobody else will. But mine was all stuff from Temu, and stuff like. I carry a lot of stuff because I don't see anybody else carrying it, to be honest. Like, I'll be honest. If I was going out camping or something like that, I would take that for the kind of stuff that I would use it for. Toolbox knife, yeah. Abuse and abandoned knife, yeah. On a boat knife, yeah. Like, it's got its uses. But it's definitely not something you carry daily for comfort or enjoying life at all. But yeah, I can't. Don Bond, what's up? We're doing edge retention on a Ganzo 0745 and 440C right now. This is behaving about like D2 steel does. I mean, you gotta think, man, if you got something out on a boat, it needs to be something that you don't care if it falls in the water, and you don't care if that falls in the water. Man, it does not like some of these cuts. Jesus Christ. I don't know. No, you're right. This diamond check doesn't really have anything going for it. That being said, if you can't get enough grip off of these right here, you're doing something wrong. Like, you don't carry this in the water, it's on the boat. Like, unless you really mess up, the inside of the boat should be dry enough that you're okay with it. Like, I'm not sure how much water you're used to having in your boats. Oh my God. I can see that. And Alive and Kicking 1977 is here, but we're still going to break out the mummy. He hasn't seen any love today. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Let's go for the song, guys. Come on. No. Come on. There we go. We got the song. I keep forgetting I put a new chunk of shelving behind me to hold all the live streaming crap. So I look over my shoulder and it's like, what the fuck's... Oh, that's what it is. And I'll bet you as much rag as I'm starting to get on the cardboard cuts, it's still going to be a clean cut on the paper. It's like out here on the front half, it's still cutting pretty sharp, but where I'm doing the most pushing through, it's struggling. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, I wish there was a way to keep count of that. If I don't lose track of the information, I'll take a look at Bastinelli. That's probably one of those things I glance at and then be like, all right, cool, because I can't buy anything right now. Otherwise, I would have jumped on the O-Knife sale this morning when they were buy one, get one free, and they still had them in stock. My God, I hate missing that. You know, especially after the disappointment with the $6 Mayhem not happening. Like, I have no reason to be upset that outcome, but still. And I've got so much cardboard dust in my mouth and my nose, everywhere else. Hey, it wasn't a ripoff. It was either a pricing glitch or they got hacked or something like that. Like, you know, the Mayhem is like a $250 knife. For me to buy it for $6 would have been a miracle. You know, again, it might have been a little bit dirty of me, but I was hoping because the order was confirmed and all that, they'd be, you know, they'd have to honor it, something. Even though I knew better. So, like, it's exactly what we all expected. What, the $6 Mayhem? No, so everybody that went in on those had their order canceled. Mine sat there for, I think, 5 or 6 days. And then my order just vanished from Amazon. They canceled it and it went away. The blade's probably not going to become dull enough that I have to just resharpen it from scratch by the time I can't physically do this anymore. I'm kind of just looking to see how long it takes to dull out enough that I got to strop it. Like, that's the thing. And with the stropping system I've set up for myself, it can bring a knife back from pretty damn dull to shaving sharp in a few minutes. That's the thing, is like, if you got good materials to strop with, it takes a lot before you have to break down and sharpen it. You know, with a sharpening system, you can just strop it back to life. And especially since I upgraded my strop and added more grip progression to it, it's going to be really damn sharp when I get done. Oh yeah, the buy one, get one free. It's probably still up on Amazon if you want to take a look. I just don't know what all's still in stock, because the ones that I had, like, there was one left in stock and another they had some left on. I couldn't buy it. I couldn't. You know, I don't have $70 to throw at it. But yeah, so one thing that we're learning as we're going through with this and doing these live streams is even your budget steels can take so much more cutting than you think they can before they go dull. So, like, unless you're in a hard use environment beating the hell out of your knives all day, you know, a $20 knife is going to get you where you want to go. And you can carry that thing for, especially with the build quality where it is now and how inexpensive good build quality is getting. You can carry a $20 knife for the next 2 years and it's going to take care of you. Like, that's all it takes is $20 to get a decent knife. Hell, I have got really, really good knives that I've gotten for like $8 or $10. Like, seriously, no joke. if you know where to look and you know what you're looking at, you can get a very good knife that you can carry for a long time that's going to treat you really good for like $8. Realistically, $10 is about the minimum price for a good knife that you can use for a long time. At least here in the US through Amazon. Yeah, that $10 Gordon knife. And there are better knives than that for $10 if you know what you're looking for. You know that that Duratec knife. You know, for $10, you can't beat that thing. I haven't found anything that beats that thing at $10 yet. That's a lot of guns and ammo, man. Although if you're in Germany, I'm assuming you did the work to get the licensing, and I don't know how much gun 6K is over there. I know here you can buy a lot for 6K, or at least by most of our standards a lot. For some guys, spending 6K on guns and ammo is like a gun and some ammo. I think the Gordon is FRN. I don't think it's G2 or G10. Yeah, if I spent $6 grand on anything, I'd have to take it slowly for like the next 2 years. Oh yeah, no, we did one of the 2 Ozark Trail Axis locks that I have. It's in here somewhere. Not this one. Yeah, we did this Walmart Ozark Trail Axis lock, and it took 2.5 hours of cutting before it went dull enough to strop. It may be G10. I could be wrong. I'm just going off a memory that's quite faulty. Those better be some damn fancy guns, dude. Oh yeah, the cut down in here is starting to feel like it's got a hell of a lot more resistance to it. Like it still feels passably sharp, but not as sharp as it did by quite a bit. Huh. I know there was a blue Axis lock as part of a $15 set. The 2023 holiday stuff that I could never find. And there was a couple stores where they put them out in the garden center instead of in sporting goods, and I couldn't get an employee to tell me where they were because I couldn't get an employee. Like I hit the button to page them and no one ever showed up, and I stood around for like 20 some odd minutes. And yeah, I don't stay ahead of uploads at all. Like I make it the day I upload it, about, depending on how long the video is, about the length of time it takes to watch the video before I upload it. You know, I will sit back and watch it to make sure either I'm not forgetting something that I wanted to say, or, you know, I'm not missing something important about it. But yeah, I record it, I watch it one time, and then I upload it. Oh, cool. As long as his hands are small enough to open and close it, I'm sure he's really gonna like the jumping quality on that. Yeah, my dad doesn't begin to really, he doesn't begin to give a shit about knives. Like, he was carrying a Swiss Army knife for the longest, and that's all I really ever bothered with. Oh, man. Yeah, I think I am going to have to call us at 9 just because this chair is starting to hurt too much. So at around 9 o'clock, we'll do one last edge test and then see how long it takes to strop this thing back up, and then I'm going to have to bounce. Huh. Because, like, here, you're talking about, like, 2,500 per gun and your ammo. Like, you can get some really nice shit. Like, hell, you can get a competent AR-15 for, like, $400. You know, the barrel might get thrashed a bit earlier, but it's still going to be a competent rifle. Yeah, if we know anything, that D2 should hold an edge significantly longer than 8CR. Oh my god. I'll tell you what, we're going to edge test this thing and then see what we can do with stropping. Like, the calloused part is now stretched all the way up through here on this finger, that raised spot where it's been riding in that groove on the back of the knife right here. That jimping is definitely not comfortable, and my back is killing me. Give me a sheet of paper. There. I mean, again, for some guys, they don't need anything more than a traditional. They're fine with it. Ew. Okay, I mean, it's still a pretty clean cut. Like, this is definitely held up very, very well. Yeah. I don't see much of a point in stropping this, I'm going to be honest. Like, the cut's a little bit ragged, but yeah, I think this thing held up pretty much as well as D2. I can't really say much else, but this is directly comparable to the D2 on that Gen Captain. That was damn near 4 hours of cutting, and there's next to no edge wear. Like, it's worn, but it's not. It's not that much wear. No, he didn't spend 4K on one AR. He got 2 guns and ammo, so he spent about 2,500 bucks or 2,500 euros. I don't know how that stacks up to the dollar, or if the euro is still worth more than a dollar is like it used to be. So let's see if I got something else we can strap up. It's amazing how good factory edges are getting on cheap knives. Like, that is a $7 Harbor Freight knife right there. Yeah, no, I believe the 440C was really good. You know, I just wanted the comparison between the vintage 440 from 1980 and new 440. Like, this is a give or take what I expected. You know, I just didn't know what to expect going into it. How does this cut? Yeah, like, so many things are so damn sharp. Jesus. Tell you what, though, that cuts pretty loud. We're going to strop this thing while we wrap up the live stream and see what it can do. This is one of the god-awful Temu knives, and this is one of the ones from Temu that claims to be M390 when it very obviously isn't, because it was like, I think, $7. But I want to play with the new grip progression I have available. There's 20 micron, 14 micron, 10 micron, 5 micron, and 2.5 micron between these guys. Like, I know the cost for M390 can't be that high to heat treat. That being said, there's always such a premium on it. And this did show some edge wear after, I think, about 40 or 50 cuts, something like that. No, I take that back. This thing took 300 and it was still going. Like I said, I still very highly doubt this is actually M390. Clyde Frog, what's up, dude? You're catching us at the tail end of the live stream right now. We're just stropping up a bullshit knife so I can play with my I added some more grip progression to my diamond paste. So I just want to play with it. But we did about 4 hours of cutting on this Ganzo in 440C, and it held up about as well as D2 did. Like, it took 4 hours of cutting and showed very little edge wear. Like, it showed a small enough amount of edge wear that I'm not even stropping it before we end the stream. So I just dug out another knife from Temu to strop up instead. I can put that there. Well, yeah, an M390 also shows up on stuff like the higher end bug out, stuff like that. Like it always shows up on higher and more expensive stuff, not a $7 knife from Temu. And of course, this has got a face only a flea market could love too. Oh, that edge is getting nice and shiny. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'd say at best this is 8 CR, but it's probably like 3 CR or something like that. This blade is really, really flexing. I can't tell if that's a bad thing or a good thing. I would say M390 is significantly better than VG10. CPM is a designation for the way they made it. You'd have to be more specific with CPM. If you mean something like CPM 3V, I don't know. I don't know enough about that. However, I'm pretty sure Knockoff is on the way in here with the answer. Yeah, it's Crucible Powdered Metallurgy. I haven't had anything in CPM 3V yet. That's getting out of my price range by a significant amount. Yeah, VG10 is kind of down there with a D2, 8CR, stuff like that, at least according to the information I've seen. And I've got a VG10 knife that I need to bring down here to put in the mix for live streams. Oh yeah, that is shiny, shiny, shiny. Okay, so we have stropped this thing up to shiny as shit. Let's see how she do. Damn it. Yeah, so that kind of edge is what good compound or diamond paste compound will do on a strop. Well, I mean, a lot of these super steels are really expensive, and I think part of it is the size of the batches they're made in, plus how complex the heat treating process is. And of course, it's going to be the more expensive brands using these, so you're paying a brand tax on top of that. You know, like Benchmade, anything you buy with Benchmade is going to have extra cost added just because it's Benchmade. Um, yeah, that's what good stropping compound will do for you. And of course, I've got more edge progression or grip progression in my strops than a lot of people use. Most people will use, you know, a two-sided strop instead of going through 5 steps of it. However, I happen to enjoy how fast and easy stropping is versus a full-on sharpening over relatively minor edge wear. Well, one of the other things with cheap stuff too is it's made in enormous batches and it's heat treated in enormous batches, so it's a lot easier to get. You know, like for the longest time, I struggled with getting knives sharp again, which is why I was so timid about how I use these things. You know, and of course, you had the old long-standing "don't cut up cardboard; it tears up your edge." And now that I'm getting my stuff put together and I'm learning more, like it's far less scary to whale on these things. Like even if I completely take the edge out, I can put it back on in about 30 minutes. The last live stream, it took about 20, 30 minutes to completely grind a whole new profile on a knife. But yeah, that is a hell of a cut. Well, like I don't know if you were here for that part of it on the last stream, but I took my Work Sharp Precision Adjust and I completely redid the profile and it was like 20-ish minutes, something like that. Like I know if you know what you're doing on diamond plates and you got the right grits, you can do it in a few minutes. But for me, that was significantly faster than I could have ever done on anything else except for the Kin Onion grinder. And it came out with a factory looking edge. You know, you can't argue with that. And then I stropped it up and it was, you know, crazy sharp again. But that was also because the edge profile they put on it at the factory was awful. You know, that was a terrible, terrible angle from the factory for general cutting. Like, I am so disappointed with that SOG. But yeah, now this thing is way too sharp to be sane, and it's on a knife that I'm never going to carry again. And I wish we knew what the steel actually was, because then I could throw it in the live stream box, but I don't know what the hell we'd be testing. Yeah, I know a lot of these steels were made for, you know, various other qualities that happen to be good. Um, but yeah, my mind went totally blank. What was I gonna say? I still wish I would have seen more people on YouTube screw around with nitinol to see what that does. I know Timothy Dick, he tried to play around with it, and Green Beetle tried to play around with it, and they both ran into the same problem. You can't forge it. You try to forge it, it crumbles. Yeah, a lot of that stuff was made for tools. Like, you know, personally, I like O1 tool steel for knife making. I've used that before and it went pretty good. I know I did a live stream with the O1 tool steel and it took about 3 hours before it needed to be stropped back up. And that's with the home gamer heat treatment. You know, that's just jamming it in a bucket of canola oil and then throwing it in the oven to temper it. You know, it wasn't a multi-step tempering process. But yeah, it was also easy to work with. Oh yeah, we should see whether or not this thing will strop up. A piece of paper. I've got to buy more copy paper. All right. So apparently this has just enough edge to do a cut on paper. This is also Damascus with a bit of an etch on it. So let's see whether or not I can strop this into cutting. I might get something about that. Midgard's Messers, I want one, but there's no way in hell I can afford it. What is it? The Fenrir or the Fenris, where it's like a 14-inch blade. I cannot tell you how much I want that. I think we might be getting somewhere, actually. Oh my God. Oh my God. Why did I bork that cut? Screw it. Oh my God. This is actually working, guys. Well, no, there might be a burr, but still, I mean, well, it's a strop. It's knocking the burr off. But that is like a dramatic difference. Like I said, I want that gigantic Fenris. I'm not gonna lie. Like, one thing about me is I love a giant pocket sword, just a giant folding knife, and my giant folding cleavers. I love those, and that's just right up there. Like, a good 5-inch blade will make me very happy. Yeah, no, we are stropping. We are stropping this all the way. I just wanted to know if stropping it would actually do anything, because I don't think I actually ground a full-on edge on this thing. Like I said, once I found the delamination while I was shaping the blade out, I just kind of stopped. And I damn near cried. So like I said, if I had to guess, I probably got the better part of like 15 hours tied into making this thing. And I got a little chip out up at the top here because I didn't finish grinding it. Yeah, we're gonna be done really soon. We're just trying to strop this guy back up, or strop this guy up to see if we can get it like shaving sharp off of just stropping on an unfinished edge that never got finished being ground out. Because believe me, I need to stand up and move around, and I'm at the point where I'm 2 iced coffees in, so I've also got to use the bathroom. Yeah, it's not going to be long. It's not going to be long at all. But it is crazy what this diamond paste is doing. Like, Jesus Christ. What color? On the Fenris? Oh, I might go orange. I've got a lot of black knives and a lot of green and a lot of, a lot of boring colors. Boy, could you imagine doing Cardboard Slayer with something that oversized? Boy, the edge is nice and shiny. It's not perfect. I couldn't get to all the way back to the plunge line, but this is about to be interesting, guys. Yeah, sometimes I like just nice bright colors that pop on a knife. I just do. the edge is not perfect or completed, but y'all see this, right? Come on. I messed that cut up so bad. Okay, so we definitely have something here. There's like an edge on it now. That is ridiculous, guys. Yeah, thanks, knockoff. That is nuts. That is nothing but diamond paste on straws. Holy crap. Provided the cut has to be perfectly aligned to get this. Like if you don't get perfect alignment and the paper doesn't cooperate, it's not going to cut, but that is ridiculous. And like I bet if I put it on the work sharp, I could put a good edge on this and then polish it and get something crazy sharp, but that is ridiculous. That is a completely unfinished edge. Like I didn't even grind an edge on it. And like I know I ground it close to a 0 edge bevel, but it's never actually been finished and sharpened. I'll take it. All right, guys, it seems like a good place to wrap things up. I said I gotta get up and move around and go to the bathroom. So thanks everybody for being here. Thanks everyone for watching this. I greatly appreciate it. And oh my God, it's shaving so easy now. Jesus. Let's see if y'all can see this or not. Yeah, that is a brand new bald spot right there. But yeah, y'all have a great night. Like I said, I appreciate everybody here. And I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to sit still for a while. But everybody have a great night. Again, thank you so much.